I know, yeah, or postpone. Yeah, talk quickly if we're starting. Okay, you're really talking to me.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. Would you please rise and follow along with Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation from Eric Smith.
Good evening, board and guests. Please join me in prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight to invite you in these chambers to be part of this meeting tonight, where you'll be honored and glorified as we discuss items, make decisions, and work towards the future of Branson, Missouri. Father, the most important message tonight is just simply to say thank you. Thank you for your love, for your kindness, for your direction, for your guidance, and most importantly, your forgiveness. Father, we love you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Ted. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Fenton,
Here.
Denham. Here. Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Howden.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
LeBlanc.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we start public comment, let me say, we had to skip our last Board of Aldermen meeting due to scheduling conflicts. So tonight, we're going to do 2 meetings in one. Tonight, we'll follow Marshall's lead. There'll be no jokes or humor. We have 32 items on the agenda, and my clerk says if we stay focused, we can get through them all.
You can do this. You got it.
So this is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear the citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Please note, the clerk will let speakers know when they have 30 seconds left, and a notification and a irritating notification when their time is up. We ask that speakers wrap up their comments upon hearing the 30-second warning. If a speaker would like a Board of Aldermen member to bring an item down from the consent agenda for additional discussion, please note this request during comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Your Honor, we have 8 speakers signed up this evening. And our first one is Trevlin Ehlers, speaking on wayside horns.
Hello. Let's get my notes out. So, my name is Trevlin Ehlers. I am 15 years old. I'm what a lot of people consider a rail fan. I like trains, to make it pretty basic. I study them. I take pictures of them. Once in a while, I ride them, work on them, and it's a lot of fun. An agenda item regarding the wayside horn system has summoned me here. Here's something I want you to reconsider. We are talking upwards of $50,000 just to continue to keep the trains from routinely honking their horns at a single crossing. That price tag will only increase as more crossing systems are replaced. As some of you may know, the Union Pacific owns the railroad here, but it is leased out and operated by a Class 3 called the Missouri and Northern Arkansas Railroad. On Union Pacific's website, it is stated that they believe railroad quiet zones compromise the safety of railroad employees, customers, and the general public. The official definition of a quiet zone is a section of railroad where locomotive horns are not routinely sounded, which are Branson's crossings. They do their job, they keep things quiet, the wayside horns, but are they really worth it? I feel like the quality of life is taking a front seat over safety with this agenda. There's a few observations we've made about the railroad crossings here in Branson. 2 of the crossings downtown are on blind curves for the trains. If you take a look south down the Long Street crossing, so the southernmost crossing by the South Landing parking lot, it takes a very sharp S-curve surrounded by trees. So if a train comes around that curve and it sees an obstruction, it's going to have very little time to sound its horn and try and get that obstruction out of the way. Same with the commercial street crossing. For southbound trains, that curve is actually a little bit worse. There's a lot more foliage surrounding the track there, kind of like a tree tunnel, we like to call them. Trains here go 25 miles per hour. Branson Scenic, when it's doing it switching in and out of town, it goes about between 5 and 10. It used to be 10 miles an hour for all trains, but they turned that up in 2020 when they fixed a few things. If the train horn were to be sounding 15 to 20 seconds in advance of the crossing, which is what they're mandated to, the engineers, what most of them follow, and heck, I actually haven't heard any horns here that meet 15 seconds with like actual train horns. Whatever obstruction is in the way will probably be able to move. Would a wayside horn get them out of the way? We don't know, because if that wayside horn goes off, that will bring the attention of whatever obstruction to the horn and likely not the train. The horns are also aimed down the street to try and, reduce the noise in that area, and they do that. But, people may turn their attention to the wayside horn, but blow it off if they don't see a train. The wayside horns themselves sound between 30 and 70 seconds for each train. Just a few observations we've done. Usually it's about 40 seconds. Sometimes the train will come into town at 25 and slow down, and those horns will go for longer. Train horns may be a little bit louder, but cover a much broader area and are mandated to 15 to 20 seconds. A much safer way of warning people, in our opinion. People turn their attention to the train instead of a stationary instrument. My grandma put together a lot of great statistics when I brought this issue up to her, and she can take it from here. I'm done.
Yeah, she does.
Okay,
Thank you, Trevelyan.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Boheen, speaking on wayside horns.
Since I am the grandma, I do need my glasses. Great job, Trevelyan. I was very proud of you. He is not only a very good student at Branson High, but he watches almost all of your meetings. So he really cares about this community. I'm quite proud of him. So I've got a lot of information and way more than I can say in 5 minutes, but because this was of interest to him, it was worth researching. And so I've provided copies, all the ones the clerk is to give out to everybody. So when you have time for your reading, I know you've got plenty tonight on your agenda. He did a good job explaining what the wayside horns are. I don't know if you realize, but a train, which we mostly have besides the Branson Scenic coal, and a coal train, approximately 100 cars, has 33 million pounds. So this is not something that we want to hit anybody or anything. There have been wrecks here. They will be stated in here. Also, they would take at least a mile to stop. So as Trevelyan was talking about the blind curves that we have, if you look on either end of those, the train's not going to see if there's an obstruction in the way. There's no way they're going to blow their horn. There was an instance pretty recently. I talked to a former Union Pacific employee who's a neighbor of mine, that their home overlooks the train trestle that's by our campground, and they watched 4 high school children walking across the trestle. Now, I've got a picture in here of Branson Scenic Train on the trestle, so you can see there is not a place for one person to safely be out there. Well, the train can't blow there because of the wayside horns in the quiet zone. And so there's a lot of safety issues. For us, that's probably the bigger thing to consider. I mean, our staff is amazing here. I'm sure that what is going before you tonight, the second read, we're not saying don't vote for that. I mean, they were asked by the railroad to have that one repaired. So by all means, get that repaired. But before you spend the money in the future, have a look at this, if this is the expense you want to use. Because it's not only $50,000 to $53,000 per crossing, there's ongoing maintenance, and I don't know what that cost is, but there's also a possible liability. And I have that all spelled out in here for you. I've done some research, and I even have like the websites where I found it. But once a city has chosen to change what the FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, has, as their plan for safety, once it's changed, which we did here, the liability may, doesn't have to, but it may fall on the city. And so that's something that I don't know if the insurance is carried for, but I feel even if just that's one thing you get out of this, it's worth checking into, because those are changed. Okay, maybe I can say one or two more things. Just way too much stuff. Okay, so field evaluations by railroad.com. Wayside horns are not recommended as a substitute for train horns. Another government site, a 2000 study by the Federal Railroad Administration found that accidents increased by 66% at quiet zones. And Trevlin did state about Union Pacific, believes that quiet zones do compromise safety all the way around. And then I gave the safety statistics from last year with railroads. Okay, something interesting. The railroad, the final spike to open it was in 1905. The quiet zone was requested when the landing went in 2006. Our railroad was here 100 years before. They literally purchased property from Union Pacific to build as close as they did. We actually, because he knows how to get on Beacon Schneider and do a measurement, they're so close to the track, you'll be shocked to look at the measurements that they bought property to build that close. Well, you're going to build there and want it quiet, but you're going to build on the trains. And let's just take our
30
campground.
seconds.
It's very close. Thanks. And then you've got the Landmark Inn. When I was researching that, they're only 50 feet from the track, but it was built to be the train master's house. So there's a whole history which the railroad, really boosted the tourism here and is pretty important. So I hope you will, in your time, because I know you've got a lot of work with everything you read, but if you'll take time to look at some of this and consider the future, which is safer for us. Thank you.
Chris Trevlin, thank you very much. Kathy, you'll look into this for us, please? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Hey, Trevlin, I really appreciate that you took the time to research that. I don't know anything about trains, man. And that's what, public comment should be for, is, someone who has a really deep and strong interest in something to bring it to us. Your grandma was one of the first people that I met when I got involved in Branson politics about 7 or 8 years ago, and I know she's proud of you tonight. So thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Deanna Slatton, speaking on public safety.
Hi, I'm back. I just want to come back to say, from my last meeting in August 22nd, the things that I had brought forward, if it offended anyone, I am very sorry if it offended anyone. But I have been trying to bring information to this community for a long time. It's been over a year now. We've asked for meetings to get together to show you the evidence that we have of what's going on in our country right now. This is a national threat, and people need to know what's going on. When you take someone's freedom of speech from them, you will actually help the ones that are taking over. And when you do that, that puts your people at risk. Do you agree? That yeah, it does. It puts your people at risk. So freedom of speech is very, very important for that very reason right there. because there's a lot of things that your community don't know, that my community does know, and there's a lot of things that others know. And by coming together to bring that information, you can literally tackle the things before they get already at your front door, if you'll follow me. So, Marshall, if I offended you, I did not mean to. I'm just bringing some information that I've been trying to bring for a very long time of what's going on in this country. And I realize there's other people, there's good and there's bad in everything, So what I'm wanting to do is get you guys to sit down with us, show us your oath of office, show us that you stand by that oath of office, and give us that time that we need to sit down and bring things forward to you. In doing that, you become the hero. And in stopping things that are going on with these biological weapons and the computers and all of that stuff that's all tied together in documents that you need to see, then when you see that, you'll understand why I'm standing here fighting for them. They may not be, there's people in here that have no clue what's going on. A lot of people don't have a clue. And I'm here to stand for those people, whether they like me and like what I say or not. And that's what freedom of speech is all about. You like it, you love it, you hate it. But when we start hating truth, we got a big problem. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deanna. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Richie Zait, speaking on the future.
I'm not sure how much of that we have, but it is good to be back with you, and I do appreciate what you've done in the past. And we were together in the trenches doing that to protect the city from lockdowns and the manipulation of the public. But I'm still on the same issue about the vaccines being very detrimental, and there's evidence that the Chinese Communist Party are the ones that hold the patent on it. And isn't that interesting? And also, a lot of data has come back from Maui and what occurred there with people being stopped when they were trying to leave and no water being supplied and other issues that somebody was in charge of the morgue and the police department at the same time. Now, I'm asking you, and I always say the same thing. First of all, we're in this movie together. We're all, serving a purpose. We're not here without purpose. A moral compass is a critical part of our society, and I commend our legislators for, making it not possible for men to compete against women and children to be mutilated. I think this is a great state. I think we've got a lot of wonderful statesmen here. And I know everybody's going through transition and growing spiritually as well as, in age. And I would ask you to maintain our autonomy here. This is critical because we all know we're not stupid. There's going to be more onslaughts against the public. I recommend that you go to WEF Admits, if you can remember that, WEF Admits on Rumble. I was there in DC, and I'm with some of the publication video producers, and we have an opportunity to make a stand here. But if we go off of God's compass, if we sway from the morality, homosexuality is a sin, but if a person repents, they can get into heaven. Same thing with transgender dressing. They can get into heaven if they repent and turn away from sin. Or fornication. If a person turns away from that, they can get into heaven. And heaven and Jesus are coming rapidly into our presence. We're not going to avoid that no matter who we are, the rich or the poor. Every one of us will see Judgment Day. And I am earnestly praying for every member of this board. I want to let you know that. And I love all of you, and I appreciate what you've done. And I would ask you to make a stand and be strong and unified and protect protecting our children, our future, and our citizens. God bless you.
Thank you, Richie. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, our next speaker is Bobby Wydeen, speaking on shout out to Parks and Rec.
Okay, I'm short. I want to give a shout out to Cindy and Parks and Rec. The youth group at Branson Christian Church wanted to host a food drive for CAM. I suggested using Liberty Plaza for a drive-through food drive. Well, I emailed Cindy. Cindy happened to be on vacation, but even that day, she had a staff member call me to say, hey, do you need it? And I'm like, oh, you can just wait. This is not earth-shattering. It can wait till she gets back, which I was pretty impressed. Cindy has been easy to work with through this process. Her staff will block off Liberty Plaza on Saturday, October 7th, so the youth of Branson Christian Church can host the Cram the Van. CAM will have their van in the parking lot, and the kids, as the people drive in, hand them their groceries, we'll put it in the van, and we're going to cram the van, so we're hoping that our community can also help us do that. And I have flyers for Cram the Van. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. We're all very proud of our Parks and Rec. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Brian Stalling, speaking on affordable housing.
Brian Stallings with Elevate Branson, a local nonprofit here in Branson. Mayor and Board, I would like to address the recent hotel motel closure plan. Just to be clear, I and Elevate Branson are in full support of the plan, especially where life safety is concerned. I would just like to remind us that for every action or inaction, there is a reaction. Again, I'm not disputing the fact that many of these hotel and motels need to be shuttered. My concern is where will all these individuals go with our lack of affordable housing? Many of the residents that live in the hotels and motels are our frontline workers. If they have to relocate to affordable housing outside of the Branson area, such as Springfield, there's a good chance that many of them will not drive from Springfield to work a $15 an hour job in Branson. With the lack of an affordable housing plan, this could have detrimental effects for years to come on our tourist economy. When tourists experience poor customer service or have to wait for a table because a restaurant is not able to staff it adequately, there is a good chance the tourist will not return to Branson. The results of fewer tourists is less sales tax revenue to fund and grow our local economy. I would like to see this board implement an affordable housing plan simultaneously with this hotel motel closure plan. As we know, it's hard for developers to build affordable housing in Branson due to the terrain of rock and hills, resulting in additional expense. I believe as a city, we could implement some incentives that other communities in our state are already doing, at least in the short term, such as set a ceiling for affordable housing. If a developer would commit to building owner-occupied single-family homes that sell for $200,000 or less, or commit to building low-income apartments, the city could waive the impact fees or hookup fees for affordable housing projects, waive permit fees for affordable housing projects, waive tree fees or deposits for invasive trees. Often these fees alone can result in thousands of dollars to a developer. They could be the difference between building something affordable or not building at all. The city could also donate city-owned land or lots for affordable housing projects, rezone small or irregular lots for smaller homes or tiny homes, fast-track affordable housing development projects through planning and zoning. This is just a short list of ideas that other communities are currently doing and could help us attract affordable housing developers in Branson. These ideas do not cost the city any out-of-pocket money and potentially have a positive ROI of a customer household back to the city for years to come. Just so we're clear, I'm not a developer, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express. I'm sure there are other things that could be done to attract affordable housing developers other than this. I would suggest we pick their brain, but like so many things in Branson, we can't afford to meeting this to death. We need to take action now, or due to our inaction, we will suffer the consequences for years to come. As I have learned from my experience, it's hard to get a customer back once you lose them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank
Hey,
you,
Brian. Could I just touch on one thing real quick? So first off, we got a couple issues dealing with affordable housing on the docket tonight, which is exciting. And I don't know if you know numbers, but I think when we're talking about affordable housing, we want to be specific on like how much is it actually going to cost them to rent that place, right? Because the only ones that I've actually seen over the years that really seem to meet that affordable housing thing are those means-tested apartments, like over on 248, Bee Creek, some of those. Because when we're getting into some of this affordable housing that's still in the $800, $900 a month range, you got to understand a lot of these people, live in the hotels because they might be able to make that, but they can't pay first and last month's rent kind of thing, So, if we do something like this, I think we need to get more specific about numbers and talking about those kind of things because, what is affordable? Because $800-900, I don't think the people that are currently living in our hotels could afford that with first and last month's rent and all that kind of stuff. So, just something to throw out there, but I appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
You bet.
And you mentioned, I guess, the change in the hotel issue. Rest assured, like, that decision was based on life safety issues. That was based on a history of those particular owners not meeting code. This is not anything that this board said one day, like, oh, let's just shut them down and let's put everybody on the street. That was not what was done at all. This was us dealing with the issues that we had been dealing with over and over again, where owners refused. They didn't not want, they just flat out refused to make the necessary changes to make the transitions to allow those people that they were weekly renting to continue doing that. So it wasn't a board decision based on not fact. There were facts that supported that decision, and you're right, every time there's an action, there's a reaction, right? If we did nothing and something catastrophic happened, that's a reaction that we don't want as a city, and that's why that decision was made. That's why it was spoke about, talked about, and really researched in depth. But a lot of it had to do with the fact that those owners refused, flat out, to make the necessary changes that they needed to make in order to fit the code so that they could continue doing business. And then they don't even fit the code to be a hotel even. They refuse to do that. So, I mean, our hands are tied with that, and we have to enforce the code. The code's always been there. It had just never been, I guess, given the green light to go. And it's this board's decision to do that based on the fact that we don't want that catastrophic thing to happen. So
Yeah,
that's why that decision was made.
And make no mistake, I'm 100% behind that. That's not the issue. I'm just saying that as we do that and we shut these properties down, we have to realize that if we don't have a plan to house them locally, ultimately, we are going to short staff our town. And when we short staff our town, it's going to reflect as poor customer service. And so I'm just saying, as we're shutting these down, let's really think, how can we make a plan to incentivize developers that want to build affordable housing, that will build affordable housing at a cost that they can afford to do it. But I'm 100% behind shutting them down.
Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian, thank you so much for coming tonight. And I know that you've played an active part, or your representatives have, in the meetings that we've had before we launched this Safe Lodging Initiative. So I want to thank you for that. And I know that you agree with us and fundamentally understand that we, as municipal government, have to put life safety first. And while there may be some residual fallout to jobs or business owners as a result, saving their lives is our first priority. And
Absolutely.
not allowing people to prey on the most vulnerable amongst us is a second part of that priority that we're initiating here. Last thing I wanted to say is I appreciate your comments about talking about affordable housing and just housing in general in this city. And for the knowledge of the community, we're organizing a roundtable on October 3rd at the Branson Chamber location. That's going to be a developers roundtable, so we can hear from builders, developers, property owners, business owners, and to help us understand how do we get government out of the way of expedient development, but that still, works within the confines of the law. But if there are areas of the law that need fixing in order to get unnecessary redundancies or whatever it is out of the way, our ears are open to hear those suggestions. So I invite you to attend that. I'm personally inviting you tonight.
All right, I'd love to
thank
attend.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Brian. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Jay Van, speaking on fluoridation.
Okay, we start now. So, hey, Mayor Milton and aldermen and alderwomen and the fine people of Branson, I put down fluoridation for the topic tonight. I was informed, I've been out of the loop for quite a while. I found out that I guess we passed on some type of $40,000 grant from the federal government or something regarding fluoridation. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Kathy.
There was an opportunity for us to apply for a grant, and we decided to have the greater community discussion first on whether or not we should continue to fluoridate the water. But even though we've missed that deadline, we've been assured by our connections with the state that if we were to continue to embark upon that, that we'd be able to apply for other grant
Okay,
dollars.
yeah, great. Thank you for the update. Just some FYI, so fluoridation is sodium fluoride. It's a fertilizer toxic waste byproduct. And they literally, they can't give it away. And, people say, well, 4 out of 5 dentists recommend, fluoridation in your toothpaste. Myself, I go out of my way not to use and brush my teeth with fluoridated toothpaste or anything. Topically applied, to dry teeth, that's just great, that's fine. However, when you start consuming this, it will literally make your bones brittle. It's not good for you. Just like the mercury fillings in our cavities. Who thought of that? Okay, to this day, they're just simply making the color white so you don't see the actual mercury. This is your teeth, it's your gateway to your whole body. And water fluoridation, even at the lowest levels, parts per millions, is 100% unnecessary. We go, as a society, we go out of our way to get Brita and water, pure filtration systems, Berkey and others. Many people, I'd like to get a complete breakdown on what parts. I know American Water does not fluoridate. City of Branson does. Okay, so people are bathing in this. They're cooking their foods in this. All these things. Fluoride is a toxic substance. If you look at, there were actually labels, cans back in the 1940s and 50s, said sodium fluoride. It had the skull and bones on it. Poison. So my thoughts on this is it's 100% unnecessary. Very possibly it's being trucked in from Lord only knows where. There was a situation years ago in Chicago, in Calumet City, Illinois, a delivery of fluoride in a truck. And just in the short time going from the dock inside, 10 minutes later, it sprung a leak on the concrete, mind you. And within 10 minutes, this big of a hole burned through the cement, the concrete. I'm just recommending, let's be very aware of what we put in our bodies and what we consume. So my opinion on it is, and many dentists, alternative dentists who, holistic, they recommend getting these fillings out, not ingesting Gerber food, for instance, way back in the day. They actually had baby's first water with fluoridation, with fluoride. And fortunately, you know, many people, especially that are on extreme budgets and very people who are really struggling, they're drinking from these water systems, and you'll see the teeth even, the fluoridation, it makes the teeth like look whiter and brighter. However, at the end of the day, it's a toxic substance. We don't need it. And if the city's paying more additional money to run it through our systems, chlorine's one thing, but fluoridation, it does naturally occur. I'm blessed, I'm in Falls Creek, so we have private wells and American Water. There's no fluoridation. We're getting ours from like the Taneycomo or the Table Rock. I don't know, it's good clean water, and I'm good with it. I still do my filtration.
30 seconds.
Any rate, at the end of the day, Mayor Milton, it's unnecessary. We know this. And I could just blow you guys away with facts and videos and slides. At the end of the day, let's just not continue this, please, because for the goodness of the people and the visitors coming to our town, we don't need this garbage in our water system, and it does nothing to make your teeth better. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And I will say that what you shared is the reason why this board has chosen to, instead of making an administrative decision and just continuing, we wanted to open it up and get public input before we make that decision. So thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our final speaker is Gary Groman, speaking on Do No Harm.
I would have spoke during the prior meeting, but the public doesn't get an opportunity to speak during that meeting, so I have to do it now. Do no harm. Most people subscribe to the adage, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. It's said, however, that engineers are a little different. They believe that if it isn't broken, it doesn't have enough features yet. but in terms of what a marketing plan should do, what we have is bringing a near record number of visitors and tax receipts to Branson. In short, in terms of marketing, it doesn't appear to be broken. Sure, we could nitpick at the current marketing efforts, saying this or that should be done differently. We could add this feature or that feature, etc. But as we sit in this room tonight, two things seem apparent. The marketing being done by the CVB appears to be working. As of the July Branson City Tourism Tax Receipts Report, year-to-date, across the board, with a slight hiccup for amusements in 2022, there is a 3-year trend of increasing tax revenues across all reporting business sectors. Second, the marketing display that we saw shows that the CVB is making efforts to incorporate the board's desires into its marketing. Perhaps some of you think not quickly enough, but thanks, I believe, to the more effective communication between Administrator Stepp, who's only been here a year, and the CVB's Rachel Wood and Jonas Ayers, things are moving in the right direction. One can only wonder how much things will improve as relationships between the city and the CVB continue to grow. In evaluating any changes, I would suggest that very specific answers to the following questions be considered for each change that might be proposed. First, what are the specific details involved in making the change? 2, how many additional net visitors will the desired change bring into Branson? 3, how much additional net tourism tax revenues will the desired change bring into Branson? And 4, what are the possible unintended consequences of the change? In short, please do no harm and make sure that there is really something broken before trying to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items from the board would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or comments?
Mayor, I'd like to, item number 5 to be removed from the consent agenda and placed as the first item on the regular agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like number 7 to be removed from consent agenda and be placed, I guess, as a second item on the regular agenda.
Any other aldermen? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda as amended?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows: approval of the Board of Aldermen meeting minutes for the August 22nd, 2023 study session and August 22nd, 2023 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Finance Committee minutes for the June 22nd, 2023 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Planning Commission minutes for the August 1st, 2023 regular meeting. Acknowledgement of disbursements for August 14th, 2023 through September 8th, 2023. Final reading of Bill Number 6355, an ordinance approving the contract with Stone Ridge Flooring for flooring removal and installation and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6359, an ordinance approving the contract with EJ Equipment Incorporated for the purchase of a sewer camera TV inspection system and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6360, an ordinance approving the contract with Kerbusa Incorporated for the purchase of activated carbon used in the city's wastewater treatment plants and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6361, an ordinance approving the contract with CDW Government for the purchase of a backup appliance and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6362, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the fire department internal service fund for an increase in the fire department capital projects to account for the fire department tow vehicle and division chief of operations vehicle. Final reading of Bill Number 6363, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the public safety police fund for an agreement with Thorpe Creek LLC, a shooting range. And final reading of Bill Number 6364, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the public safety fund. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a motion approving all items on the amended consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second. We need a roll call vote on this, Madam Clerk?
Fenton? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sorry.
Excuse me, yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
LeBlanc? The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is a public hearing and final reading of Bill Number 6354, an ordinance to amend PD 2005-007, known as the Branson Hills Plan Development for the property located at 297 Buchanan Road, Branson, Missouri.
We'll now have a staff report from Hillary.
How about that? So this one was advertised as a public hearing at our last meeting, and we need 15 days to notice a new one. So we advertised it for the October 10th meeting because that was the earliest date we could. And staff is asking that this item be postponed so we could have the public hearing and final reading on October 10th.
So do I have a motion to postpone the public hearing and final reading of Bill Number 6354 to a date not to exceed October 10th, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any aldermen? Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Fenton?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
LeBlanc? The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6356, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Rio Grande Pacific Technology Incorporated for a wayside horn system at Long Street and Branson Landing Boulevard Railroad Crossing and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
So, Mr. Mayor, since I pulled it down, far too often we hear just great things from the citizens in public comment or whatever, and then, in past, the aldermen say, oh, that was great, and then they just move it forward. If I have a second and the votes in support from this board, I would like to do the same thing that we just did with item number 5 and postpone that. I intently listened to what Chris and her grandson said, but I think there's quite a bit more information that we could find. So if I would have a second, that's my motion.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. I'm open.
I'm so sorry. Can I get clarification on when you wanted this back, a date not to exceed? Is it the October 10th?
Let's do October 10th.
Okay. So that motion is to postpone the final reading of this item until October 10th.
Is that the second?
I'll second that, yeah.
And when we do that, Hillary, is that going to be on consent agenda or will that be on regular agenda?
It would be on the regular agenda.
Okay.
Kathy?
I just wanted to make sure and double check with Michael to make sure that that doesn't cause us any hardships with contractual language or anything we've promised the railroad that we would do, et cetera, if you don't mind.
And I also, from Trevlin and Chris, I heard their suggestion was to approve this because of the timing and then address changes for any futures.
And that's correct, and that's what I heard from them. We spent a great deal of time having conversations back and forth, and basically what they were in support of is allowing this one that gives us parts to maintain something that's going out, and then basically take care of that to give the parts to the other. But going forward, we'd take it into consideration, talk about it way farther. The thing I wanted to highlight, the reason we chose that one to fix first is that is the one that's directly facing your campground. So in your campground, you have RVs that are thin-walled, as many people know that have an RV, super lightweight. Lots of people have dogs and animals in that. They do have a dog park that's in there. It echoes into that hollow down towards there, and that's where we're expanding. So that was kind of where our stance came from to do it. This will affect the contract and the pricing if we do not go forward with this, because this is a contract that's going forward. But we're more than happy to do more research. We're more than happy to talk about other things that we can do. But the realization is once we remove one, we'll remove another. So they will honk their horns as they're coming through, and then all the way through the intersection as they go. So your campground that's down there will be affected. And that is an agreement that you made with the landing when the landing was made also. So there's some things to consider, but I'm more than happy to bring it back and we can discuss it further along. But this will give us the parts to keep us in compliance is what we were working on.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm open to that explanation and being in agreement with that. I guess the only really red flag that I heard in Chris's presentation was that we could possibly be liable going forward if we go forward with the final reading of this?
I would have to ask for attorneys' input on that. I believe the liability to, I heard that somebody could be on the trestle and the engineer didn't have to honk their horn. I probably disagree with that. I'm gonna do some research into that. I believe if the engineer feels, just like when you're in a car, that there is a life and death situation, they can blow their horn all they want. So if somebody's on the track, and I also like to consider that they are pulling in down to the landing where lots of people cross. We're getting ready for a busy season for them with the Polar Express. It is downgraded a little bit for the enjoyment of the people that are there. And basically the way Finding Sound is directed directly at the cars and the people that are in vicinity of getting hurt. And those are the only people that are notified.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because that does change my opinion on that.
All right, I'm willing to withdraw my motion if Alderman Cooper is as well.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
So, Madam Clerk, the motions have been withdrawn.
Correct.
We've removed it from consent, so at this point, we need to give the final reading.
That is correct. So I have given it the final reading, so we would need a motion and a second to approve it on its final reading at this time.
Moved. Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is this a consent, a verbal?
It is a roll call. Good job. Yeah, it is. Are you ready? Fenton.
Yes.
Denham.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Howden.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
LeBlanc.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Okay. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers partnering with the Missouri Department of Conservation for a special archery hunt on federal lands at Table Rock Lake.
A motion approving this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Did you get that, Hillary? Ruth
Yes.
made the motion.
Yes, sir. Yep. You got it.
We have a motion in a second. We'll get a staff report from Alex.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. We are requesting authorization of a resolution for a special archery hunt on federal lands at Table Rock Lake. Just want to give you a little bit overview here. So the Army Corps of Engineers approached us earlier this year in partnering with the Missouri Department of Conservation to host a special youth archery hunt. This was presented to you via code change. I'll walk through that on the next slide, but I want to just give you a brief overview of what this special event will be geared towards. It'll occur October 14th through the 15th. It's on federal land within city limits located at Table Rock Lake. They will pick 5 youth hunters via application. This is an archery hunt in particular. And of course, tonight, our approval of the resolution to allow this special facilitated hunt is what we're requesting tonight. So back in May of 2023, the Board of Aldermen adopted code changes regarding archery hunt permits on federal lands located within city limits. This adopted code allowed for the city to authorize on a case-by-case basis special facilitated hunts on federally owned lands within city limits. In particular, you'll see there in the highlighted portion, the Board of Aldermen by resolution may authorize a special archery hunt on federal lands that are situated within city limits. Under these provisions, we've waived the requirements, the $5 application fee, and a number of other requirements in order to participate and have more folks that are youth hunters under the age of 18, mobility impaired hunters, and military veteran hunters as well. Here's a general hunt area map. The majority, all of this is on city or federally owned land by Army Corps of Engineers. They've noticed a increasing deer population in the area and wanted to, through sound conservation practices, take care of the deer population in a good manner. So they wanted to come up with this type of event to allow mobility impaired folks as well as youth and veterans to do hunts. This first one is going to specifically focus on youth hunters. So here's just a general map of where the hunt area is going to be. And then just to give you an idea of some of the safety and rules that they're going to have for this, all permitted hunters will also have an infield assistant with them. They're going to receive actually a mandatory safety briefing the day before the hunt. All hunters will have to have a valid hunter education certificate as well as possess all permits, tags, and licenses by the Missouri Department of Conservation to harvest any deer. There will also be handheld radios, and they'll have specific areas that they will be hunting in within this area. And of course, the area will be closed for regular hunting. This will only be for this event in particular. So we, of course, recommend approval of this resolution to move forward with this event occurring on October 14th and 15th, and would appreciate the board's continued support.
Do you have anybody in the audience wishing to comment on this? Any members of the board? Cody?
I know this is a little off topic, but we received, I know some of us received an email recently from somebody in the community. And I think sort of the idea behind this is really a larger issue across the city. And so it's kind of brought to our attention. I've noticed it kind of in the area where I live. So I support this, but I also think we should look at kind of throughout the city how to maybe address this problem, because I don't think it's limited to just this particular land. I think we're seeing an increased deer population throughout our city border, and it's leading to the potential for some safety issues. So I seem to recall several years ago the city did have an archery hunt within the city. I think it's something we should look into, maybe partner with the Department of Conservation to see if it is a need. But I know it was brought to our attention. I've personally noticed it. I commented to my wife the other day. I said, "Man, it seems like there are just deer everywhere, more so than in the past." And so, anyways, that just something I don't know if you, Kathy, or somebody else, but something I think we should look into, kind of along these same lines.
Absolutely, we will definitely do that. And we already have code in the books that allows for archery hunts within city limits. There's some restrictions in particular of having to be 10 feet off the ground, pointed a certain direction. But we can, of course, partner with Missouri Department of Conservation and check in to see what areas of city land we can possibly do something like that on. We'd be happy to look into that. You bet.
Good point, Cody. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'm looking forward to a vote where I can just say this is one. So we're voting on this item. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation to update the Board of Aldermen on the Kansas City Chiefs promotional activities.
Would you start the 5-minute clock for Lisa, please?
I've already been told that. All right, you guys shake it off because the next 5 minutes is for the fun stuff, the promotional and PR activities. I'm very excited to be here tonight for several reasons. One, in my entire career, my whole life, I have never presented before a city council, much less my own city council. So I'm excited about that. But more importantly, I am excited to emphasize the cooperation we are helping lead and guide and participating with our partners, the TCED, the Tourism Community Enhancement District, the Branson Chamber, and CVB, which is, of course, the Convention and Visitors Bureau. So thanks to our partners, and a couple of other local organizations are involved in some of our projects. So I got to get used to this clicker stuff. All right, are you guys ready? Here we go. Oh, I've got it. There it is, okay? This is what you're going to be seeing in places all over town. We are in the process of preparing the toolbox for our community. It's going to take us a little bit longer, but eventually you're going to see it on banners and marquees. You're going to see it in places all throughout the community as well as outside of the community. And remember, this effort from a PR promotional perspective has a twofold objective. One objective, of course, is to drive visitation, to go out into America's heartland and make sure we're having our messages be heard. But it's also important for us to engage our community, to invite them into a portal of excitement, to invite them to participate. So that is a twofold objective, which is going to be a blast to continue to unveil. So here is like a subtle example, right? Is this fun? Everybody in the city's been waiting for us to reveal the new email signature. You guys can have it, TCED, the Branson Chamber of Commerce. So this is just a subtle way, in addition to the big ways that we have planned for getting our message out. The next one, all right, guys, follow along. First of all, the Hometown Heroes program. Branson is the sponsor of the Hometown Heroes program. That's going to be really special. And not only does it come on the Jumbotron, I'm getting all my words right, but it also comes across on the PA, that big stadium voice to the 80,000 people in Arrowhead. Brought to you by Branson, Missouri, the official vacation destination of the Kansas City Chiefs. And then there's something called the ribbon board. That's the thing that goes all the way around the stadium. These are actual pictures submitted to us from fans who spotted Branson and the marks in Arrowhead. And, you know, I don't know, there's a number 15 right there standing next to the logo in the Jumbotron. I'm not sure who 15 is. Maybe some of you know. So then next, we are going to take a look back. We have to look back at this Red Wednesday, guys, because this gives you a barometer to how excited our community is about Red Wednesday. Of course, we set out to raise the flag in places throughout Branson and the Lakes area, but we did it with an objective in mind, to increase measurable engagement while involving our community. And how did they respond? How'd they respond, Marshall? Look, yep, Ray Stevens' #1 history is now #2 history because of Red Wednesday. Look at our senior center. They brought a flag up. We have the mayor with our city clerk and our HR director. We have Kathy's favorite, the pet of the winning contest, the pig. Next door, we have the Indian Point Marina that draped some of their watercraft fleet with some signage. The Ferris wheel, you'll hear more about. And of course, lots and lots of fans. To the point that in just 2 days after that Red Wednesday, 20,000 plus video views, 200 plus shares, 500 comments, 300 new page followers. Guys, we're tracking all right on new page followers. And now more than 300 pictures submitted. So we do know that Red Wednesday resulted in more Facebook activity than in the city of Branson's history. Isn't that fun? So we're not going to stop there. We are going to keep going with this fun stuff. So as we look at how the media is also responding, guys, our press conference right here, the signing of the contract, it went all through America's heartland and places in the sports industry, and it also netted us a couple of front pages here in our own backyard in our Branson newspapers. So that's exciting as we see media exposure build. But we are going to be creating our own paparazzi. So let's look forward. Everyone ready? Okay, we're going to look forward to things we're doing. October 11th, we are launching the official vacation destination of the Kansas City Chiefs tailgating celebrations. Now, these are pretend tailgates. They're not like real tailgates. These are tailgates before the game, not during the game, designed to have fun in our community. The very first one, and we had a meeting today, is with the Ferris wheel. And you're going to hear more about that in a minute, but that'll be on October 11th before the game on the 12th. The next one will be a Red Saturday, and that will be with our Parks and Rec. And we'll have Family Fun Day, and we'll have all kinds of fun and games and maybe some ice cream and some cool things. Then we are going to have a Table Rock Lake bonfire, and that is being sponsored by Arvis Bank because they are the sponsors of the Chiefs program with our media partner. And Ozarks Dynacom, 106.3, 100.1, KHOZ, to name a few of their stations, are getting behind this. We're going to have live radio parties, and we will be encouraging all of our citizens to come and visit with us. Now, real quickly, I want to talk about the Ferris wheel on October 11th. You get a little taste here, right? See a little red, a little gold. Well, we all know Craig Westcott. We all know what Hey Good inspiration means. That night, we are going to have a big time. Andy's has come to the table with a special Chiefs treat that they will be distributing, and we're going to probably, if not a band, we'll have a DJ, and we'll have a party and dance. So I think I need a permit, whoever I need to talk to. Okay, so now we also have the Ford Tailgate District, and these are things happening up in Kansas City, right? The CVB has grabbed onto this challenge because we will be doing 5 of these tailgates at the Ford District. And we will be giving away, possibly, a Branson getaway contest. We'll have our booth or our 10 by 10 tent. We'll have it all themed with the Branson mural or s'mores booth or Ozark Mountain Christmas. You know those Christmas tree costumes exist, so we may be able to take those up there. So the tailgate is an area that opens 3 hours before the game, and people go into the portal there at Arrowhead, and there are tents, and there are booths, and there are activities and games, and of course some attractions. So that's something the CVB is going to ensure happens on our part. All right. This is the big one. I know Mayor Milton loves this one, the big rally. We're going to be having the big rally. The date is going to be revealed at a later time. But we do know we're going to have it at the Landing. We're going to have it with the Chiefs Kingdom Parade. We're going to have cheerleaders, Wolf, Kingdom Cruiser, Lombardi trophies, all the bells and whistles, including some special guests. Mitch Holthouse, did I say that right? He'll be here. And the exact date will soon be revealed, but we believe we'll do it with our Christmas festivities. All right? So, this is something that's very much in my wheelhouse, and I have missed doing in my 6 months of my new job, and now I get to do it again, and that's get out there and get promotional media partners to do great things on television stations, on radio stations, and in print. And that means go out there and get some partners, which we are already working with in targeted markets that are our primary or also called destination markets. St. Louis, Kansas City, Springfield, Columbia, Joplin, Topeka, and Wichita. Now, some of you may say, why not this state or that state or Oklahoma City? The NFL mandates with the Chiefs a certain area where we allowed to do projects like this. And our 3 states are Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska. So we may see some new activity in Nebraska we've not ever probably done before. All right, national anthem performers. Marshall sits up straighter, Clay. We put an S on that because we don't know yet what we're going to do. But this is a gigantic opportunity. We are already talking among ourselves. We're discussing with some creative performer types. And for anyone who's been around Branson for a while, you know, if we set our mind to it, we can pull off something really big. So we'll see what we do with that national anthem, but we'll be looking to some people for their opinions on what we might do with that. Now, are we ready for the grand finale? Kath, how's my time? Yeah. Okay, so we are going to light up the Chiefs Kingdom Ozark Mountain Christmas tree. You guys, this gets better. It's not only going to be part of the Big Branson Christmas Coalition's kickoff on November 2nd that includes a big party and sing-along down at the Entertainment District, but we are going to light up Liberty Plaza. And we're going to include armed forces and veterans because this is the weekend that the NFL goes to Germany. So we will be paying tribute in our own Liberty Plaza to our veterans and our armed forces while we, drum roll please, light up a 30-foot tree. 30-foot tree. This slide was submitted by our friends at the Branson Christmas Coalition. This is a project that is in conjunction with the City of Branson, the Downtown Betterment, Branson Betterment Association, the Historic Downtown CID, and of course the Branson Lakes Area Chamber of Commerce and CVB and RTCED. So we are going to have this great big tree. Michael's bucket truck doesn't go up high enough. We're going to see if Cindy's got one. We're getting it figured out. But up 31 feet, that's 3 stories, a great big Chiefs arrowhead, all the lights in yellow and gold, and then the custom-made ornaments for our Chiefs Kingdom Ozark Mountain Christmas tree.
Ask Ted, he has a 100-foot ladder.
So that's it. Any questions? All right, thank you.
I'm excited.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of support for affordable housing by Ring Property Company located at the northwest corner of Frank Ray Boulevard and Garges Way, Branson, Missouri.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Mark.
Thank you, Mayor and Madam and gentlemen of the board. I'm actually really excited about this item, not only just because it's going to bring a great project to the city, but most importantly, it's going to have an opportunity to build off of what we heard in public comment period. So with that said, the next 3 items are related to the same exact item, and that is that the Missouri Housing Development Commission is making available application for low-income housing tax credits. And if you wouldn't mind, Chad, could you switch over to the other presentation? Other PowerPoint. And as he does that, we have actually 3 different applications. So we have a lot of different opportunity to think through how we can serve the low-income housing needs within the city. And we have an opportunity to look at not only one developer, but 2 different developers that are bringing forth requests for support for this particular low-income housing tax credit. The first one we have for you, item number 16, is Donnelly Crossing. This obviously is the resolution, asking for a resolution of support for this item. It will actually go in their application. This particular property at Donnelly Crossing is located at the northwest corner of Frank Ray Boulevard and Garges Way. And that you can see in this location map, the vicinity map of where this particular property is located within the blue rectangle. Actually, the interesting thing is this development will actually coincide with another development that Mr. Ring is working on just immediately adjacent to this particular property. just south of the 76 corridor. Anytime we're looking at this, we always look at zoning. This particular zoning does allow for this particular kind of development to go forward. We also look at the community plan, which also promotes for medium-density residential, which is another item, obviously, we are supporting and recommending to move forward with. But also, we all make sure that the land and the surrounding vicinity will accommodate this kind of a development. So we obviously look at all the different utilities within that particular area. And as we're doing all these things, we had an opportunity to hear from Mr. Ring and his team at an Open for Business meeting. We had an opportunity to think through this particular development. And we had a lot of different opportunity to hear the specifics of what he's trying to do with this particular development. And he is with us today. So if you wouldn't mind, I would yield the balance of this item period to Mr. Ring so he can give a little bit of information about that particular project. So.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the board and city staff. My name is Bob Ring, and Mark has done a great job so far in explaining to you why I'm here. Just by way of background, we did have the preliminary meetings with Mark and staff, and I want to shout out publicly what a great team you have. I mean, we are in the process right now of submitting final plans for Donnelly Ridge, which is the project that I spoke about last year, and you were kind enough to give me a resolution of support there. That project did get approved by the Housing Commission, and so we are in the process now. It's a very long process, as you can imagine, but we are going through final plans. They've been submitted to the city, and with lightning speed, we got responses back, and we're very grateful for that. So you need to know that. You need to hear that from somebody outside of your own community, and I'm very grateful. Going in the wrong direction. Okay, the first project that I have under consideration this evening is Donnelly Crossing. As Mark said, it is it will be a sister property to the existing Donnelly Ridge. Will be a senior project. It will be restricted to residents over the age of 55 years old. Located, as he said, across Garges Way from the existing property that we're about to build for you. It'll be a linear building. It will be an elevated, three-story elevated building with entrances on Frank Ray Boulevard. The front of it will look out over a tree preservation area, so it will have a nice rural feel to it, but it will be close in. As Mark said, here it is. It's literally 3 miles away from downtown, so I'm sure you've all seen this before. Fall Creek Ridge is a project that I was here talking about last year. I submitted it last year. It was not approved last year. It's been resubmitted this year. It is a project down on South Falls Avenue. It will be a 48-unit project, two buildings. I'm going the wrong direction, am I? It'll be 2 buildings of 24 units apiece with exterior entrances. Every apartment will have either a balcony or a patio. And I am going in the wrong direction. Okay, here we go. Both of these projects will have units that will be limited to 30% or less residents of affordable, or the area median income, 60% area median income, and a couple will have no income restrictions. Fall Creek, for example, the 2-bedroom, 2-bath units, they will rent from $357 to $620. The 3 bedrooms will rent from $398 to $700. Trying as best we possibly can to keep them in the affordable range. And they're good-sized units. They're 885 square feet and 1,145 square feet. There's the location map, and there again is the site plan for Fall Creek Ridge. This is all stuff you've seen last year, so I don't want to take too much time and be repetitive. Donnelly Crossing, 42-unit elevated building, restricted to seniors over 55. 7 units reserved for the 30% residents. 30 units reserved for 60% residents, and 5 will not be subject to any income restrictions. 2-bedroom, 1-bath units, 37 of them renting from $390 to $615, 825 square feet. 5 of those market rate units will rent for $745 per month. Just in summary, you've read all the details, and I don't want to bore you with all the facts. I'm here as a guest in your community, and I appreciate that. I don't come here with any expectations. I come here asking for your support. We know full well that applications that are submitted to the Housing Commission without strong community support are dead on arrival. They're not going to go anyplace. I want to build more affordable housing in Branson. Branson is a wonderful place in which to do business. For that reason, I stand before you tonight asking for your support. I need a resolution of support for Fall Creek Ridge and Donnelly Crossing. If you see fit to give it, I would be very, very appreciative, and we're always grateful to be here. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Ring, thank you for coming. I do recall your presentations last year. You did receive our support. Unfortunately, state didn't allow your project. So you're basically coming back with the same thing you asked for last year, right?
On one project, yes.
It is 100% needed in our community. Brian, would you agree with that? Huh? So is there any questions or comments from the audience? Bobby?
I work for Head Start that's directly across the street, and it would be great that the parents would only have to walk their children across the street, and we could use the employees. I wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you, Bobby. Any other comments? Questions, comments from the board?
Well, so your prices look great, you know, basically in conjunction with what I was commenting on.
I heard what you said.
Yeah, I mean, they really, it's almost like you went back and typed some up. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I didn't.
It seems to me, Bob, that this resolution of support is the bare minimum that we can do. Because I know from past and reading that here, that we could actually also, as aldermen, write letters. I've actually heard in the past that some aldermen can even jump on some of those Zoom calls that the MHDC had. You know, so that's kind of what I maybe would want to throw out as a challenge, not only to myself and my fellow aldermen, that it's like, if we really want this, we're competing here. So let's not just do the bare minimum on it. So
I'll be happy to notify you when the public hearing is scheduled.
Please.
And if anybody wants to jump on that call, I would appreciate it.
Marshall, that's a very good point. Thank you for saying that. Any other comments from the board? Ruth?
Mr. Ring, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank Mark and Michael, Kendall, staff. This process, which was put into place about a year ago, is so different than anything we've ever had. You have kept the public informed. You have kept us all informed every step of the way. We look forward to your projects in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing, did you say yes? You sure? Because
just a little.
We're about to go to vote.
Just a little one. No, I just want to compliment you on the transparency, obviously. And, you know, again, for this board, it sets a precedent of kind of what we're looking for throughout the community, because these are not impossible things to do. They're cumbersome and time-consuming, however, not impossible. And this is just proof that being consistent and being transparent and doing the right things over and over again will produce the result that we need as a community to address that affordable housing issue. And this is just part and parcel of what I would love to see more of moving forward in the community. And other developers, I mean, this is, you know, this is open to anyone that wants to come in and do this. It's not exclusive to him. Come one, come all. Like, we're willing to work and we're willing to do what's necessary, but it's that transparency and consistency of that level of care that you're taking, coming in our community and requesting and asking and not demanding, or, you know, just, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, and thank you. And if you could do something about the rock, I would appreciate that.
Ralph, I'm
load up on dynamite.
Ralph, I'm going to give you an opportunity to show your support on this. We're going to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Ring.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of support for affordable housing by Ring Property Company located at South Falls Avenue, Branson, Missouri.
Do I have a motion adopting this?
So moved.
Motion is second. Staff report from Mark.
Okay, so just piggybacking, Mr. Ring did a great job at explaining his two different projects. When he came in for our Open for Business meeting, he was able to explain both his Fall Creek Ridge property as well as, his Donnelly Crossing property. So this item is exactly the same as you just heard, and he just had the opportunity to explain both items at the same time. So it was just more of the same. And so I'll leave it there.
So do we get the same questions from the audience? Same questions from the board? Any board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ralph, did you vote yes?
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of support for affordable housing by DHTC Developers LLC located on the southeast intersection of Shepherd of the Hills Expressway and Gretna Road, Branson, Missouri.
Do you have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Staff report from Mark.
Okay, thank you. And this requires the same introduction. This is also looking for the low-income housing tax credit application to the Missouri Housing Development Commission. And this is actually, as Hillary had pointed out, this is by DHTC Developers LLC that is located at the just the southeast intersection of the Shepherd of the Hills Expressway and the Gretna Road, which you can see in this vicinity map. It is actually just to the west. There's actually a bit of a driving range golf course in that particular vicinity right now. As we look at it with the previous two items, we look at the existing zoning. We also look at the community plan. And when we look at these things, also we look at the different utilities that are available in that particular area. So we also have the requester, Tammy Curious, in the audience here today, and I would like to turn it over to her so she can explain a little bit about this particular development and what she's proposing to do there. So.
I want to clarify. I think I confused my resolution when I sent it over to the city. So we've actually done pre-development meetings on 2 projects as well, and I combined them. One is on Gretna, and one is on 248. So he was showing the one, but we actually do have 2 separate applications also. So the first one is at the corner that he just showed you there, which is near the Harbor Freight, kind of that driving range back behind there. And then the second one is actually on the Elevate campus, Elevate Branson campus at 310 Gretna. So we actually, Debbie and I came to the community, 4 years ago now. We did our first project, which was Fall Creek Townhomes on Thousand Hill Golf Course. And then we are under construction and getting ready to open our second project, which is Bluffview Estates on 76, kind of at Rosedale there, being built up on the hill there. And we have just had an extraordinary demand, wait list. To your comments on affordability, it is so hard to build in Branson, you guys. And hearing that earlier when that was, I didn't even know that Mr. Stallings was doing that tonight. I was like, yes, that's what we need. And it's things like that and partners like Elevate that keep us developers here, that when we can build sticks and bricks and quality housing and provide it at an affordable price. I think our Fall Creek homes are 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a 1-car garage, and those rent for $625 a month for the 60%. So that's the bulk of them. And then as we talked about, we actually do 30% and different things that we're really trying to get that. But just building sticks and bricks and giving them a nice place to live is awesome, and I love doing it. But when we can partner with people like Elevate Branson to come into those communities and work with the families and work with the kids and work with the single parents that are interested in entrepreneur programs that they have there at that campus, it is life-changing for these people. And so we've been so fortunate to partner with Elevate on our existing properties and getting them in and connected, and then really just through that collaboration, looking for opportunities to say, where is this needed? Where are great connective points next to daycares, next to service providers like Elevate. So the one project is actually on their Elevate campus that will be located directly behind where they're building that new outdoor playground that they're doing, and in conjunction with some of the tiny homes and different projects that they have going. So I know you guys understand affordable housing. We love being a part of your community. These resolutions of support, like you said, it's the difference. You guys are competing with all of rural Missouri. It's you against, Lake of the Ozarks and these other communities that desperately need it for the same reason, workforce and job creation, and holding those people here. And, we've talked a lot about that with Elevate, with their scooter program and things like that. You've got to keep those people in this community. And so affordable housing, we think, is just a perfect opportunity. So I don't have all my slides, and I'm gonna just let you guys do the job, and you have our packets. And if there's anything that you specifically have, and I apologize, do you have the other one on there for the Elevate site? Because I combined my resolution. I do not. Okay, sorry about that. But they have the packets for them both. We've sent them all the packets for them both. So I don't know if Brian wanted to say anything on the Elevate campus site, or if it's even necessary. I know time is sensitive tonight, but we just thank you so much for your commitment to affordable housing and for the opportunity to support these deals, get these deals here. They're needed here as much as anywhere. So thank you so much. Yes?
Who is DHTC?
DHTC is Debbie Hart and Tammy Creason. And so we were the primary developer and partner on Fall Creek, which we did with the Rudas here in town, but we're the majority owners on that, as well as Bluffview Estates.
Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
All right. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution approving a special event permit application for Branson's Adoration Parade.
Do you have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Staff report from Mark.
Thank you again. So anytime we get it into a level 3 special event permit request, we have to take it before your board. So this is a great opportunity to rehash and start to think about what this particular project is. The special event for this particular one, this is actually a momentous occasion. This is the 75th annual Adoration Parade. And this was submitted on behalf of the Lakes Area Chamber of Commerce. And this parade will be held on Sunday, December the 3rd. Setup will be at 2 p.m. and it will last until 9:30 in the evening. We'll host approximately 4,000 guests and participants. This particular event will occur obviously in the downtown. And with any level 3 special event permits, it needs to come before the Board of Aldermen. And with this particular event, we obviously look at a lot of different things. We look at how it will impact staff, how it will impact the downtown, what kind of police services we will need, how it will impact the roadways. This particular event will actually require South Sycamore Street, Price Street, East Long Street, Branson Landing Boulevard, Commercial Street, and East College Street to be temporarily closed. And this is actually the same exact route that we've seen successfully used throughout the past number of years. But one thing to highlight here is that with all the city staff resources that will be going towards this particular project, we've calculated it will be just slightly over a $20,000 amount of money that will go to this particular event. But we know it's well worth it for all the people that come into the downtown. And with all that said, staff highly recommends approval of this particular event permit.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, we're not asking for reimbursement of those expenses.
No.
You're just, okay.
Sorry, I should have been more clear. I apologize.
I thought that's what you were getting at, but
Wait,
okay.
say that
It's
again?
a donation to the cities, from the city.
Well, he was showing the estimated cost of the city. I was just making sure we're not asking for that as reimbursement.
Any other questions, comments from the board other than Ralph? Go ahead, Ralph.
Well, I just want to point out, it's the 75th annual Adoration Parade. It's like, the last Adoration Parade, several of us attended, and, it was well done, but like the 75th annual, like, there's some initiative to just really blow this thing out. And we're Ozark Mountain Christmas, let's show it, right? So I guess participation, I think it seems like over the last few years is kind of waned a little. And it's like, how do we re-engage those people who participated in the past and really get some, some quality floats out there and get people like really, doing it up. I mean, I think we should make the biggest deal out of this thing that we can and do whatever we can to make that happen. I don't know what the requirements are, but I think we should make it as easy as possible for businesses and organizations to participate and really just show ourselves off. I mean, this is our opportunity to shine for sure.
No, excuse me, Mark, I know you showed us that the actual cost of the city's been calculated to be $20,000. This is a level 3 permit. What is their permit fees that they are paying?
I actually don't have that in front of me. Yeah, it's minimal, very, yeah. It's
You're
nowhere near
saying
that.
Their permit fee was $65?
What they submitted with their application was $65.
And Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, a few years ago on planning and zoning, and it was presented to this board as well, kind of like the opportunity to make both the Veterans Parade and Adoration Parade pay for these things. And I think as, with a very solid, unified voice, we said these are so important to us that we're not going to go down that road. So just for a little clarification.
Yeah, thank you. So who heads up this Adoration Parade?
The chamber. Grant Sloan was the one that submitted it.
Uh-oh. It's never good when the fire chief shows up.
Mayor, members of the board, I serve on the Adoration Committee as well. Ed Akers has been chairman. Charlie Ingram has been a chairman as well in the past. Several people from the city staff have been on that committee and worked diligently to keep that cost minimal. To your point, it is an exciting year, 75 years, and I think the best method that we can do is personal, face-to-face invitations. I've built a lot of floats for the parade over the years, as well as my part is I do the lineup. So all the applications come to me, all the requirements are met, which are very minimal, fire safe primarily, well lit, and the trailers are safe. But
is there a fee for?
There is no fee to participate. It's a community event to celebrate the adoration scene and the adoration parade and the adoration period. And so we found that the best methodology is simply face-to-face, and you all are power players in encouraging that participation of theaters, businesses, churches, area schools. It'd be a great, we have no issue getting bands. The challenge is getting good quality floats that are fun to build and engaged.
So Ted, what I'm hearing from Ralph, I think, since you're on the committee, is because this is the 75th, have you had any discussions of, is there anything we can do to elevate this one more because it is the 75th?
Well, I missed the last meeting, which was really the first kickoff for this year. We meet again tomorrow, so we'll bring that up, your voice, to that committee. And as I mentioned, this really truly is a chamber event, and so those chamber members, that's the first encouragement to participate as businesses here in the region.
Maybe Lisa will share some light on this. Any other questions, comments from the board? Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Mark. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. We're going to take a very short break. Call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution certifying the 2023 Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System loggers delegates.
We have a motion adopting this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Cody, anything you want to share? If not, we'll get a staff report from Haley.
Good evening. This is to designate 2 delegates for the loggers' annual meeting to be held on Thursday and Friday in October. For the employer delegate, they are required to be a member of the governing body. Typically, the board would be the person to select this member. We are recommending Crystal McDaniel. Crystal is our payroll manager. Not only does she process all of our loggers' payments, but she also handles all of our retirees and helping them process their payments coming out of loggers. The other delegate is someone that is nominated by our team members. That nomination was for Zach Hamilton of the police department. So we're just requesting that you approve both of them as our delegates for loggers.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board? Hearing none, I say we vote and approve their recommendations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution approving the disposition of surplus property.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution? We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Cherry.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Board. So I'm here asking.
Cherie.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine. I'm here.
Can you speak into the mic for us, Cherie? I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is my first time. Thank you, Cody. Okay, it's okay. I'm here asking for a resolution approving the disposition of surplus property. The reason we're bringing this before the board is it's our policy to seek your approval for property that has a value greater than $5,000. So we have 6 vehicles on the list. 5 of them are police cars that are high mileage and have been deemed not cost effective to repair. And then we also have a 2008 Ford F-350 that is, it's had a lot of repairs, and it still needs a lot of repairs, and it's been deemed cost effective not to repair anymore. And that's it.
Thank you, Cherie. Any comments, questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2023.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Ted.
Not that exciting. That was, Mayor, members of the board.
When was your first presentation, Ted? No.
Yeah. Before there were microphones, I think. So, yeah. Thank you, Alderman. The fire department budget is $61,000 for concrete replacement at Fire Station 3. It's deteriorating, falling apart on the front apron. The Public Works Department has gone out for bidding for concrete, including our project. Of course, prices have gone up, so we missed the estimate by about $10,000. So we're requesting that increase of $10,200 to cover the concrete addition on that facility. So staff recommends. And that's for the resolution and for the next agenda item as well.
Thank you, Ted. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6365, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Fire Department Internal Service Fund for an increase in the Fire Department capital projects to account for Fire Station Number 3 driveway.
You've heard the first reading of Bill Number 6365. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Did you get that, Hill?
Yes, I did.
We have a motion and a second. And Ted, same
Same
story? Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Sorry, hang on. He was requesting a double read on that. Chief Martin forgot to mention that.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6365 for its final reading due to time.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item again?
Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill number 6365, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Fire Department Internal Service Fund for an increase in the Fire Department capital projects to account for Fire Station number 3 driveway.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 6365. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Alderman? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Sorry, we need a roll call on that one.
Oh.
I know, it's slowing it down.
Okay. Cody, Ruth, Clay,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Chuck, Ralph.
I like it. It works. The result of the vote is 6-0. Motion carries. He's doing my job for me. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2023 for additional expenses in the Public Safety Fund.
Do you have a motion adopting this resolution?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. A staff report from Chief Schmidt.
Your Honor, members of the board, thank you for your time. This is a request. Basically, the Missouri State radio system that we're on was only built to handle the mobile radios that are in our cars. As a result, our officers have found that when they're inside buildings, they do not get consistent communication with our radio system. So if they need to get a call from dispatch or they need to call for help, it's hit or miss on whether they get out. So we have been looking at different options that will fix this problem for us. And the most cost-effective option for us is to put mobile repeaters in our patrol cars. That allows up to 5 radios to connect with each repeater, whatever has the strongest signal, so that we can always have good, secure communications. We did work with the vendors. We tested out the proposed ones here in the city and found that we were able to connect with dispatch wherever we were. So basically solves our problem for us. Based on that, we went out with Sourcewell, found there's no bid because it's through Sourcewell, and that gave us a good competitive cost. This is the best equipment for us to solve this problem. And according to finance, we have the money to make it work. This is an officer safety issue, so staff wholeheartedly recommends approval of this.
What's the dollar amount of this, Chief?
It's $170,506, and that will equip all of our patrol cars.
Can't the officers just go back outside to get it? Just kidding. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any aldermen? Any other aldermen? Let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you, Chief.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6366, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Public Safety Fund and approving the contract with En Route Enterprises LLC for the purchase of vehicular repeaters and accessories and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 6366. Do I have a motion approving this bill? We have a motion and a second. Chief Schmidt, I'm assuming it's the same story?
It is.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Any aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, Chief Schmidt would like to have a double read of Bill number 6366 for its final reading.
And what's the reason?
I don't know. Time.
Do I have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any aldermen? Let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please read the same introduction for the same item for the second time?
I sure will. Your Honor, this is final reading of Bill Number 6366, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Public Safety Fund and approving the contract with En Route Enterprises LLC for the purchase of vehicular repeaters and accessories and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
I found a way we can save time. You've heard a final reading of Bill Number 6366. I have a motion approving this bill. We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any aldermen? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, why don't we do a roll call vote?
Fenton?
Yes.
Denham? Yes. Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Rodriguez? LeBlanc? The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6367, an ordinance approving a change order with Axon Enterprises Incorporated, FKA Taser International Incorporated for police tasers.
You've heard the first reading of Bill Number 6367. I have a motion approving this bill. Motion and a second. Staff report from Chief Schmidt.
Hey, Your Honor, members of the board. This one is actually a pretty good story for us. Right after we went under contract with Taser or Axon for the Taser 7s last year, they came out with a better product, which they were not allowed to tell anybody about at the time because it was in development. We voiced our displeasure, and they worked with us and actually came back and gave us credit for the Taser 7s and are willing to accept them as if we had never used them. And so we're basically getting Taser 10s at a Taser 7 price. It's a much simpler platform and a more robust and easier, better to use, many more, it's just more user-friendly. It's going to be more effective. And on top of that, I don't know if you've noticed, we've been very successful in our hiring, so we needed to actually add units to it. Our original contract was only 50 units. With the success in hiring, we needed to boost that up to 60 units. So we've increased the number of units by 10, added an additional year to the contract, and they kept the price for this year exactly the same, so we didn't have to do a budget amendment or anything. Our payment is still the same this year. The cost for the additional units and everything was rolled into the next 4 years. So they really treated us well on this. This is actually a very big win for us. So we do recommend approval of this, and because this was slated to be on the previous meeting, we're running up against a time constraint for the quote. So we do ask for double read on this one as well.
You can't ask for a double read until it's approved the first time. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any member of the board? Clay?
So Chief, so they gave you a credit on the 50 units, and you get the newer improved units for no additional fee. So all you're really paying for is the 10 extra you need for the officers?
The 10 additional, there is an additional portion of the fee, but they're giving us credit as if we made the first year's payment towards the Taser 10s because of the Taser 7 payment.
I got you. So yeah, you came out smelling good on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like we made money.
Yeah, it is.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Oh, we did that. Any other board member have any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Mayor, it's me again. I move to read bill number, I can't even see it, what is that? 6367 for its final reading due to time.
Do I have a second? We have a motion, a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any member of the board? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you once again read the same thing you just read?
Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill Number 6367, an ordinance approving a change order with Axon Enterprises Incorporated, FKA Taser International Incorporated for police tasers.
You've heard the final reading of Bill Number 6367. I have a motion approving this. We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience? Any member of the board? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, why don't we do a roll call vote on this one?
Fenton?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden? Yep. Yes. Rodriguez? And LeBlanc?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of
Thanks,
Bill
Chief.
Number 6368, an ordinance approving the contract with Mammoth Sports Construction LLC for the furnishing and installation of synthetic turf for the Recplex Baseball Softball Complex and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 6368. Do I have a motion approving this bill? We have a motion and a second. Did you get that, Hill?
I did.
We'll get a staff report from Cindy. Hi,
Mr. Mayor,
Cindy.
members of the board, so I'm very excited to be here tonight to talk about turf, to ask for a contract for the turf and turf subs, as we like to call it. So here we go. Bids are received on August 25th to furnish and install synthetic turf at the Branson Recplex ball fields. The turf project will consist of removing all the existing fields, so demo of the existing fields, and a subgrade surface will be installed and installation of approximately 278,000 square feet of synthetic turf. So you can see there were 5 bids there ranging from 2.6 million to 3.2, almost 3.3 million. A selection committee made up of staff from the Parks Department, Finance and Public Works reviewed the bids. It was a very thorough process. Interviews were also conducted. And the best and lowest bidder is recommended to you today, Mammoth Sports Construction LLC, as the lowest and best. Every section of the scoring criteria was extremely thorough. We were very impressed by Mammoth. We got great references from them. If you all have been up by the Betty and Bobby Allison facility in Springfield, the airport, they built that. Got great references from them, and they were a little bit higher than the lowest bid. They were 1.5% higher, but that's $39,000 on a $2.6 million contract. Every committee member reflected Mammoth as their best bidder. And so staff recommends approval of a contract with Mammoth Sports Construction in the amount of $2,842,400. This includes the base bid of $2,669,906, plus bid alternates to construct bullpens and purchase batting practice mounds. This is part of our 2023 capital projects, and as you remember, we got a grant for this. So we got a grant, the ARPA grant, in the amount of $1,592,663. So that will pay for, a ton toward this project, and our bids were pretty good. So we're going to have, some leftover funds, and we've got some earmarked dollars to pay for. If you remember, we wanted to include LED lights and also sunshades as part of the project. So. Staff recommends approval of the bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we do have a representative from Mammoth here as well.
So Cindy, this does include the LED lights?
This does not. This is just the turf, but we went to bid on the turf first to see how much that would cost, right? Because we had to make sure and pay for that, and then we have the money to move forward with the LED lights and the sunshades, and there's probably a couple other things that we need to do as part of the project. So we feel really good about kind of where we're at financially.
What's your targeted completion date?
I knew you would ask that, Mayor. Shocking. And so we plan to start shovels in the ground in November, and we plan to be ready by our date of beginning of April. And so, in fact, I want you to mark April 5 on your calendar. That's when we hope to have our ribbon cutting and grand opening. So I'm just saying it out loud to put it out there.
Hillary, did you get that in the minutes?
Yep, it's reflected. Got it.
Anybody in the audience have any questions? Any members of the board? Yes.
I just want the community to understand we're going to have a world-class facility when all this is done. And, we are so passionate as a board about our parks. We have an opportunity with our campground to actually kind of get some revenue, or at least kind of make the whole department break even. This might be another area where we could kind of get some income in there, and so that because when the fee schedule that we were looking at about people renting the entire facility, I mean, it's just going to be a really great opportunity. And we discussed on the park board some marketing opportunities about hosting some great tournaments, college tournaments, those kind of things. So this is huge.
Yeah, thank you.
Cindy, this is a big win, and I appreciate you and those that helped you with those ARPA funds. right? That was 1.5 million?
Yeah, almost 1.6 million. So yeah, they paid for a large portion of this project. We wouldn't be here without that, and so we're really excited. And there is an opportunity to really expand what we're doing in sports. I mean, we have we bring a ton of teams in the summer. As you know, we have all those World Series, but this will bring in teams 10 months out of the year. I mean, we're already filling up our schedule. I think we're doubled in the amount of dates just for next year, even missing February and March. So we're very excited about what this can do. And as the CVB likes to say, this will definitely bring in people in the shoulder season.
April 5th,
April 5th?
2024.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't want you coming back saying it was 25. You guys ready for this? Yep. So anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
And
Cindy?
I would like to ask for a double read too, but I wanted to make sure you approved it first because I made that mistake last time and I heard about it. So there is a timeline, time's ticking on this. So
Let's do it. Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6368 for its final reading due to timing.
Do I have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, once again.
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6368, an ordinance approving the contract with Mammoth Sports Construction LLC for furnishing and installation of synthetic turf for the Recplex Baseball Softball Complex and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Holly, is there anything we can do just to have her say ditto? No? You heard the final reading of Bill number 6368. Do I have a motion approving this bill? We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to address this? Any members of the board? Madam Clerk, since we have plenty of time, would you do a roll call vote?
Fenton.
Yes.
Denham.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Howden.
Yes.
Rodriguez. LeBlanc. The result of the vote is 6-0. Motion carries.
Cindy, we are all very, very excited.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
We're very excited too. I think I've got a couple more things.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6369, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Specialty Air Conditioning Services Incorporated for HVAC maintenance and repair services for city buildings and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You have heard the first reading of Bill 6369. Do I have a motion approving this bill? We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Cindy.
Yeah, so these next couple items are just annual approvals that we do every year. So this is for the vendor that takes care of our HVAC, keeps it going, right, and heat and air, and it's their second renewal. They've agreed to hold their pricing, so recommending a contract in the amount not to exceed $70,000 with Specialty Air Services Incorporated. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Staff recommends approval of the bill.
Any in the audience wishing to speak? Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6370, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Snell Grove Outdoor Services LLC for mowing and weed eating and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 6370. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Cindy.
Yeah, this is, as I mentioned, an annual contract. This is Snell Grove Outdoor Services. They do all of our mowing and weed eating in 47 different locations in the city of Branson. And so this is their third renewal of 4 years. They've agreed to hold their pricing, which was what allows for the renewal contract, and this is for 2024, and there's money budgeted in the operations for 2024, and staff recommends approval of the bill.
Thank you, Cindy. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing
Thank you, Cindy.
Sorry. To sign an amendment to the environmental review record for the Elevate Branson Community Village project and all the documents related thereto.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Michael.
I'm with you all for the next 7 items, so here we go. Elevate Branson, general area, just in case some of our public doesn't know where that area is, but down by Titanic, behind Whitewater. Basically, the reasoning for this is to allow the mayor to sign for new environmental status. And so, as you see here in the north and south basins have moved on to different property that Elevate has acquired. So they went back through a change, and now it's going through that process. A little bit closer picture in case we wanted to talk about it, if you all need to, or how many. The total project is $6.6 million. CDBG is funding 1.9. That's the part that we're involved in as the city. So as Public Works and Engineering, we took care of working on the streets. We took care of Gretna, the detention pond, so we're heavily involved in this 8-inch public water main, the 8-inch gravity main, and potentially a mid-block crossing. So I'm kind of excited to see that come along. City staff supports this resolution. This resolution allows your mayor to sign any documents related to getting it through. And Brian's here also, and we love the partnership with Elevate. So.
Very nice. That's a long time coming. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board? I'm going to tell you something. I'm very, very happy that we're going to start seeing movement out there. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you, Brian.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the U.S. Department of Transportation, U.S. DOT, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology for a Stage 1 Planning and Prototyping grant authorized through Section 25005 of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, BIL, pertaining to improvements to the automated traffic signal performance measures at key intersections in Branson.
Do you have a motion adopting this resolution? Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Michael.
And that is a mouthful there, but we have to do it. So this resolution authorizes the filing of the application, all the necessary paperwork is what it does. So how much are we applying for? $1.6 million. This is super exciting. We're in stage 1, planning and prototyping. We've got together with MileVision. We also have some of my old professors that are involved in it. Cheryl's working really hard to write the grants, and we're hustling to the end. Basically, the really interesting stuff of this is we're switching out a lot of our mechanisms that are in our intersections that will allow us to do preemptive signaling. So basically, a fire truck and ambulance comes through, it is here, they can go green. So it's really cool. I hope we get it. This is just our shot, and your guys' support that we're taking a shot at getting it. Connected and autonomous vehicles are coming. This system is already set up for that. It prioritizes the right of way for emergency vehicles and transit. So police department, TCAG could get involved in this, ambulances. This could make the difference in somebody's life every day. So FirstNet is also on board with this, which is kind of cool technology that's coming along. They are going to take care of those needs, and those are the repeaters that are there. So the core DCM is what it's called, is what we're going for an upgrade for. It gives us complete streets, efficient cities, safer streets, and reduced congestion. As you saw before, many times ago, I brought MileVision up because we renewed our contract for 5 years with them, and now they've stepped up and said, hey, look at this stuff that we can do, and it may not cost your city anything when it's all said and done. So great supporter. Finance has helped us. Baker Tilly's helped us. So super excited to see if we can get it done. This is emergency preemption route plan. So as you see there, there's a bunch of MoDOT signals and our signals together. MoDOT is my stomping ground, and so we're together with them, and we're the innovators down here. They've always been the innovators. You guys have always been the innovators, so it's super exciting. That system will all connect together, and if they decide to hop on and support too. So it's 16 signals for us. No cost grant match, so I want to make sure that we highlight that there is no funds there. October 10th is our deadline, and City of Branson supports this resolution. Super cool technology.
I'm impressed. Anybody in the audience wishing to address this? Our audience is getting smaller and smaller. Anybody notice that? Any aldermen have any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6371, an ordinance approving the second renewal of the contract with Empire Energy LLC for fuel and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of the Bill 6371. Do I have a motion approving this? We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Michael.
So if I knew it was going to be this easy, I would have done one slide, but hey, it's good to know, so for next time. Unleaded fuel, so this is something our directors have seen since I've come to the department. This is a new dashboard where we kind of keep track and we hand out to each department to say, hey, here's what you're filling, here's how much percentage you're using of the city. As you know, the police department is the largest user because they're on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, patrolling our city. So we also track diesel, and diesel for 2023, everything's looking really good, but I did want to give you a highlight of what we spend a lot of money in the city doing is we're providing those services, and without the fuel contracts, we don't have that. So 2022, all fuel was $418,704, and we're at $321, and we're getting ready to go into Q4, so we're doing all right. Some more things to highlight on that is how this contract is we have estimated usage. We're just asking for a renewal. We're happy with them. They deliver mostly on time. I'm going to put that on record. So 100,000 gallons, 33,000 gallons, 900 gallons, and 3,000 of non-ethanol. So if we need non-ethanol, they can bring it, or if there's a shortage up at the depot from Springfield. A little bit about this, I did some research because I was kind of interested, is like, hey, how does our number fluctuate up and down? So it's done on an index out of Springfield for the last 5 days, and the 5-day rack gives us an average, and then we pay a small premium for them to ship it down here and deliver. So City of Branson supports this bill. Happy to answer any questions. You're just supporting moving it forward for another contract.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2023 for additional expenses in the capital operating fund for the elevator upgrade project at City Hall.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution? We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Michael.
Absolutely. I'm presenting item number 33 and 34 together, so I won't go backwards. So this will be Bill 6372 afterwards. So we're adjusting the money and approving it if you want. Elevator, kind of some interesting stuff. It's been in service since 1994, so that's 29 years. It is time to upgrade it. Some of the code changes that affected us on our elevator here is ADA provisions, corridor call buttons, elevator equipment improvements, hall lanterns, position indicators, just to name a few. In 2020, the Director of Public Works was given the task to go out and see how much it was. $88,000 was the quote at the time. They decided to wait a little bit. 2021 became $96,000. 2022 became $118,000. 2023, the official budget that they brought forward was only $88,000. So Otis Elevator did win the bid, and there's some interesting stuff behind that. For $142,750, staff supports this. One of the larger companies. They're going to come out of Kansas City. MEI, language on the bid form, they did not comply with our standards and acceptance. They basically took a pencil and changed my contract. So although it cost us a little bit more, ultimately we're going to get a little bit better. Here's some pictures. Just making sure you pay attention. So there you go. So our elevator house, yeah, there you go. I'm going to go very, very quickly. So pump unit, brand new pumps, brand new valves, tanks. I mean, basically you're gutting it and starting back over with the track. New signal microprocessors, fighter fire services that aren't there. The interesting one I saw was all traveling cables will be new and properly suspended. So you're floating on 30-year cables. So think about that when we get in it. So hoist limit switches, car operational panel, replacement of outdated control systems. City of Branson Public Works supports this bill. Happy to answer any questions. I won't say any more.
Ben, I see a trend here on the pricing. If we postpone this till next year, no.
But in all seriousness, it speaks to a change in philosophy that I think, yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I say.
Yeah. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board?
I have a question. So the total, that was for one new elevator,
It's updating the elevator in City Hall.
and that was 100 and what?
142.
God.
Every day, Kathy and I and Alex laugh and say, we are in the wrong business.
Can I just say that 13 years ago, I put 2 new elevators in my theater when we remodeled, and they were $45,000 apiece. So I got 2 brand-new Otis elevators for 90 grand. That's insane that it's gone up like that.
And we did do our due diligence because
And I was
your
ma-
face right there was my face to Kathy. when
And
I
I
got my
was
first
mad about paying that.
Correct. So it's just like those pickup trucks. I wanted one really bad, 80,000. Now I don't want one so bad.
Yeah. All right.
One more time. There you go. That was Sunday evening for me, so.
That is a lot of money. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
About how long it would take for the repairs?
We believe all parts in and coming out of Kansas City, 3.5 months. But I'm hoping by them coming out of Kansas City, they're going to think twice before they send all their techs down here without parts that they don't have. So it's just like everything else, you get in line and you wait for your stuff to come in. So as I brought to you all, I brought the asphalt contract, we're waiting in line, so. That's right.
Wow. So in addition to getting to pay a premium price, we also get the opportunity to wait. We better hurry up and approve this. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
I'm asking for a double read on this to help us reach our goals of contracts and work in place by the end of the year. I came up with creative reasons, so.
Yes. Your Honor, I move to read bill number.
Wait. I'm sorry. That was just a resolution. We need to do the ordinance. So he did the staff report for both of them. So you were just
apologize.
approving the resolution. So let me just read this one into record really quick. Your Honor, this is the first reading of bill number 6372, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for the additional expenses in the capital operating budget fund and approving the contract with Otis Elevator Company for City Hall elevator upgrade and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of bill number 6372. Do I have a motion approving this bill? So move. Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Michael. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the alderman? All in favor, let's vote.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to read bill number 6372 for its final reading to get them cables fixed.
Do I have a second? A motion is second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, once again.
Your Honor, this is a final reading of bill number 6372, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the capital operating budget fund and improving the contract with Otis Elevator Company for City Hall elevator upgrade and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard final reading of bill number 6372. Do I have a motion approving this bill? We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience? Any alderman? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Benton.
Yes.
Denham. Cooper.
Yes.
Howden.
Yes.
Rodriguez. LeBlanc. The result of the vote is 6-0. Motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of bill number 6373, an ordinance approving the contract with Darrell Birdsong, DBA Burning Bird Welding, for the Branson Landing Boulevard and Veterans Boulevard Bridge railing maintenance, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of bill 6373. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
Second.
Motion is second. Staff report from Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Veterans Boulevard and Branson Landing Boulevard, there's a map for anybody that's not familiar with the area down by the roundabout. Basically, what's happening on all your bridges is as we throw salt throughout the winter and the splatter comes up, you get high impact rusting that's there. What we did with this is we tried to think outside the box to start with. So we went out and said, what would it cost to do aluminum? What would it cost to do brand new steel? What would it cost to just renovate? And then finally, what would it cost to take down, powder coat, and bring it back up for a more durable? Surprisingly, fencing is super expensive, just like everything else. Everybody chose to do the powder coating, so that's where we went. So highlight, it's a local bidder, Burning Bird. If you're familiar with the area, they do quite a bit of work down here. Labor was 580 hours for removal and replacement on top of specialized powder coating. So original budget for 2023, Keith left me a nice little budget of $150,000. We came 10,000 under, which I'm super excited about. Was a little worried. Funds are budgeted in the transportation budget, not to exceed. Branson staff supports this bill. We can go back to take a look.
I think just a coat of that spray Rust-Oleum. Did you consider that?
We did. We talked about that, and that's a lot of hours. I'll do it for free. Nice.
Where am I? Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any member of the board?
Mayor? Oh.
What?
So that's all going to come down?
Yep, by sections, and then
Okay.
they'll send it out, and they'll basically sandblast it and then powder coat it. So that is the best finish that you can get for longevity of it. If we did do a little bit of Rust-Oleum on that, although I thought the same thing, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was like, a bucket of paint and 10 guys, what could we knock out with a little wire brush? Well, we're gonna be right back there doing it again. And if you look, I didn't do a great job with pictures on this, I know I normally do, but the actual bases on it are what causes problems. Branson Landing Boulevard, basically the bottom rusts out, and we've run into some instances in the last couple weeks where we need to do some different things there, so we're welding new pieces, that takes even more staff time. So 580 hours plus powder coating seems like a lot of money. Materials was quite a bit in this. So
Does powder coating come in different colors? Like red, white, and blue?
You can get it in about any color you want. Yeah.
I'm gonna treat it like, where's Ted at? The fire station, if you change your color, it'll probably go up, so. I did spec black. I like black.
Michael, I got a question, buddy.
Yeah.
So my car was broken down. I actually walked that for the first time in my 31 years of living in Branson today. So when you take it down, are you going to block that off?
Yeah, so that's part of the expense of it is they're coming back multiple times, plus they have to provide all the proper signage and barricades that are in there. The sign package was actually pretty large on this one, so you got to do it right because one side, as you walk across, the left-hand side, when they do that, not as big of a deal, but the right-hand side, into the lake you go, and how this is all going to end up rolling out, it'll be wintertime, so.
Is it worth it? What length of sections are they going to do? Do you know?
I believe they're doing 10 panels at a time, so 60 feet at a time, out and in. It's up to them how they want to execute to our deadline that we gave them. And we actually have costs that'll go against them if they don't finish on time, and they accepted those.
Is it worth a discussion of painting the sections? One section red, one white, one blue? Kathy, did you just sigh? I heard you from over here.
I would say probably in powder coating, like if we were doing regular paint, I think it'd be really easy, but I'm happy to explore anything you want, I think. Sorry, Kathy.
Mayor, it's your direction. We're happy to look into different options for you to consider.
I thought we said Branson Pirates color.
Wasn't that a canned answer? Any comments from the board on this?
Well, I mean, obviously there'd probably be a little more cost because of the different colors, and I know you can color mix powder coat and whatever you want, but why would you not? I mean, you may look at it and it may be cheesy, but the thought of it might be pretty. You know, maybe maybe all the posts are red and the top rail's blue and the spigots are all white and it looks like some, I don't know, I mean, I don't think it's a crazy thought.
I would say by panel would be, so, you know, when you powder coat, you're electrifying it, sucking it on, so probably by panel, by color
Yeah,
versus spindles. But I am more than happy to ask, and I will come up here in public session and say, here's what we can do. I will ask.
I think it might be good to have it drawn, it'd be good to see it on a computer, like what it could look like, you know what I mean? Is that?
Mayor, we're happy to take all of your suggestions under consideration. How about this, Michael? Let's talk to the contractor. We'll see if somebody in IT or in your department, engineering, can do a CAD type of an illustration, something simple, just to give an idea of what that might look like. I mean, in theory, it sounds super fun and patriotic. I love that, but in reality, you might prefer the uniform look, I would think. I'm guessing, but it ain't my choice. It's yours at the end of the day.
This is why Michael makes slides right here, so.
Marshall?
I've never seen more spiders in my life than when I walked across that thing, by the way.
Yeah.
You know we're ahead of schedule having this conversation.
I was told to go fast, and I go fast as it is, so.
Board, what do you think? You want Kathy to explore this or no? It's up to you.
I think exploration is not bad. I appreciate the sentiment. I understand where Ruth's coming from with that, as far as expressing our values, and I think it's worth exploring if it doesn't cost that much more.
So.
If it costs more, it does change the contract and it puts us back to not getting it done in this calendar year. So you know, if it's a non-cost, I don't know. I don't get stuff powder coated at my house, so.
Well, that was going to be my question, because you've requested even though you haven't said it, you requested a double read on this.
I did.
Which is worth mentioning. We're doing a bunch of double reads tonight because Clay didn't show up for the last meeting. But you've requested a double read tonight, which I'm assuming has to do with.
I have lofty goals of getting things done and on the books. And the more time we wait, the closer you get to winter, which creates more havoc. And I want it to be fair to the contractor. I always try to treat them very fairly, so.
Kathy, would you recommend us just to approve this the way it's written and move on to the next topic?
Indeed, I would, sir.
That being said, anybody in the audience have any comments? Members of the board? All in favor of having this powder-coated black? Let's vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ruth, did you vote? Aye. So the ayes have it. Not enthusiastic, but the ayes have it.
Got it.
I absolutely will. I promise you. Up here, I promise you, I will look at it and I will ask. And I will either have Kathy convey to you all or I'll stand back up here.
If they want future business, I'm just saying, keep the board happy.
If they're patriotic.
If they are patriotic, if they care about our
They've been
soldiers
around
and
for
our
a while. They
veterans.
did the aquarium. They have some major projects. It's super impressive. So it is a small local business, which I'm super happy won the bid. I really am.
So if they love our veterans.
Mayor,
oh.
when we get the answer back, I'm sure we can get it back tomorrow, right, from them. I'll send out an email to the whole board on what the findings are, and then we'll just proceed on what you guys want us to do. All
Okay,
kidding aside.
so we'll do the second read next meeting. Just kidding. You're on, Clay.
I don't know about this reverse button pushing. Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6373 for its final reading due to scheduling.
I wasn't paying attention. We had a motion, a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any aldermen? Let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6373, an ordinance approving the contract with Darrell Birdsong, DBA Burning Bird Welding for the Branson Landing Boulevard and Veterans Boulevard Bridge Railing Maintenance and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
Is it still black? Yes. You've heard the final reading of Bill 6373. Do I have a motion approving this bill? We have a motion and a second by the audience. Members of the board? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Fenton.
Yes.
Denham. Yes. Cooper.
Yes.
Howden.
Yes.
Rodriguez. LeBlanc. The result of the vote is 6-0. Motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson, Missouri, setting forth the facts and reasons for the necessity to amend and increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2023.
So this is the same gig as before?
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution? We have a motion and a second. What were you saying, Michael?
This is the same deal as before, so the first one, I'm going to try better, but see, I cut you off, so I didn't do well. First, we'll do a resolution, then we'll do the reading. So 2023, we budgeted $125,000. Our balance is $4,800. This is for unanticipated cost of multiple vehicles. This is although we're showing a fire truck here, this is our police cars, our service vehicles, to everything that's not large vehicles. I want to highlight that because I will be back at our next meeting asking to adjust money there. So 2023 budget $125,000, the $4,800 is in there. We're asking for an extra $60,000. It's not that you're spending that for parts. So these are the guys that work on our stuff. So they need to be able to purchase parts. And so that's what this is about, is putting a little bit more money in there to push us through. Funds are always available in the transportation funds. The reason this is a bust is because during COVID and slower times, you have a little bit less usage, and we've expanded. We have more police cars out there. So police caused this.
We have more police cars out there.
Yes, more police cars. So and more service, and that's a good thing because people are out getting the work done. So we ask for you to adjust our money.
Ben, when all these reports come in and say the staff recommends, these are all with your blessing, I trust? Okay. So anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any members of the board? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6374, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Transportation Fund for an increase in the Service Center Motor Vehicle Repairs account.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6374. Do I have a motion approving this? Motion is second. Staff report, Michael.
Ditto.
Did you catch on it, Hill?
I did,
See how that
yes.
works? Anybody in the audience? Any aldermen? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
I'd like to thank the board and the mayor for getting us through all those items, and I look forward to seeing you with that many more on the next meeting.
Don't we have a double
Wait a
reading?
minute, yeah, don't you, you may be.
I'll wait for the
you may
double
be
read.
premature.
You don't want it no more, or what?
Huh? Yeah, please.
Please.
Red, white, and blue? Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6374 for its final reading to get these funds available.
That's right, so we can
Yeah.
purchase parts.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Any members of the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6374, an ordinance amending the adopted 2023 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Transportation Fund for an increase in the Service Center Motor Vehicle Repairs
You have
account.
heard the final reading of Bill 6374. Do I have a motion approving this bill? Anybody in the audience? Any input from the board? Madam Clerk?
Fenton.
Yes.
Denham.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Howden.
Yes.
Rodriguez. LeBlanc. The result of the vote, 6-0. Motion carries.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Michael.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the submittal of applications to Taney County, Missouri for sewer sales tax funding in support of the city's planned 2024 sewer system improvements.
Have a motion adopting this resolution. Motion is second. Staff report from Kendall.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. So this is our annual request for support for our wastewater projects that would qualify for sewer sales tax funding. So every year we have to submit a letter to the Taney County environmentalist asking for projects by the end of September. So it's so we're kind of pushing the deadlines here, but we have two projects for next year. One is our Lift Station 17 force main project. So back in 2019, we completed design work on this project, and it's been sitting on the shelf waiting for funding. So this project would consist of installing a force main that's approximately 4,000 feet in length. And the goal here is to relocate the force main out from a valley to where it's hard to maintain. It's a smaller 12-inch line that's caused us many issues, and DNR has had some discussions with us about this over the years. And so this is our capital plans coming to effect here to get that replaced. So Lift Station 17 is a high-flow lift station that supports the Fall Creek Basin, as you see in Exhibit A here, highlighted around in the pink perimeter there. It's capable of pumping 3,000 gallons per minute, and the effort would be to increase the line size to a 16-inch main, which will allow us to increase that pumping rate a little bit as well. It'll create some efficiencies in those pumps. And the next exhibit, Chad, please. Exhibit B. So this would be an exhibit of the lift station in the triangle. It's highlighted in the bottom left of the screen. The red dotted line would be the old force main location. The new green line would be the proposed alignment. And again, that'd be approximately $1.6 million project. The second project we'd request support for would be our sewer collection system rehab rehabilitation project, which is for $350,000. This is an annual project we try to commit to in an effort to line our older clay tile pipes in the downtown area to reduce infiltration of rainwater into the sewer system, as well as root intrusion, and which clogs the sewer mains. So in combined total will be $1.95 million for the project, and happy to answer any questions.
So Kendall, these are funds that you're requesting from Taney County?
Yes, they'll be requesting for sewer sales tax funds.
Yeah. And some of that service area is in the city and some of it's out of the city. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the sewer collection rehab is mainly within the city limits. It's all focused in our downtown areas. But Lift Station 17 serves multiple properties outside the city limits. So it gives us a little bit more weight and justification to use sewer sales tax monies.
Anybody in the audience have any questions on this? Any aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill Number 6375, an ordinance amending Chapter 90 Utilities and Appendix A fee schedule of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to water and sewer billing process.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6375. Do I have a motion approving this bill? Motion is second. Staff report from Kendall.
So this code amendment is a focus and effort to revise our code to help us with some situations we've had in the past. And one of those was resolved last year when we approved the shutoff agreement with Public Water District Number 3. So just a recap, we had several sewer accounts located out in the Public Water District 3 area that were delinquent. That's where we had several, we had $6 million worth of outstanding billings, which the majority of that was penalties and interest that we discussed last year. And once that agreement was set in place with Public Water District 3, our finance department created new accounts for those Public Water District 3 customers, kind of holding those delinquent accounts set aside an effort to amend the code to where it would allow us to clear those delinquent accounts off the books. The auditors and through with Baker Utilities efforts and our finance team, the delinquent billings was deemed uncollectible. So now with the shut-off agreements in place for both Missouri American and Public Water District 3, that strengthens our ability to collect those monthly user fees for our sewer systems. And this code amendment will also allow us to place liens on properties that do not comply or do not pay their billings as well. And then we also have some customers that are on private wells out there that we don't have the ability to shut their water off because it's privately owned wells, individual wells. So this will allow us also to put a lien on those properties, and in the event that we feel the necessity to take the action, we could physically disconnect their sewer from our sewer main. And that is allowed by state statute as well for sewer districts, which we're acting as a sewer district in this situation for those customers outside the city limits. The other thing would be, would allow our city administrator to authorize and waive water and sewer penalties within reason up to $1,000 for situations that may come about. Originally, when in the study session, I posed $10,000, and you guys gave me some feedback on that, and I'd reduced that down to $1,000 based off of your guys' input. But happy to answer any kind of questions.
So generally speaking, we are cleaning up our books from uncollectible penalties. We're starting fresh, and we now have a solid baseline to be able to enforce it, right?
That is correct. Yeah, ever since we put that Public Water District 3 shut-off agreement in place, we went from a 200 customer count delinquency to maybe 6 a month.
Yeah, that's awesome.
6. Half a dozen.
Anybody in the audience have any questions or comments? Great job. Members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. Kendall, you didn't ask for a double read on anything?
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6376, an ordinance amending Section 30-92 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to administrative hearing officer powers and duties.
You have heard the first reading of Bill 6376. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So, second.
We have a motion and a second. When Ted comes to the dais or our attorney comes to the dais, it's never a good sign. However, we'll get a staff report from Holly.
Happy to see you, Mr. Mayor. We are asking for this code change for clear documentation of appointment of an administrative hearing officer. I'm done.
We'll now get a staff report from Holly.
What we're doing in this is changing the code to clarify when the city administrator designates who the hearing officer is. How do you know? So we're saying that that is to be memorialized and filed with the clerk so that we know when it was designated, who it's designated to. So that's transparency. It meets any questions out there. People know when and how. Should we have an appeal on it, we have easy documentation.
We sure like following your direction. We really do. Anybody in the audience have any questions? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6377, an ordinance amending Section 2-353 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to competitive bidding required exceptions.
You've heard,
Go ahead, sorry.
you've heard the first reading of Bill 6377. A motion approving this bill. We have a motion and a second. Holly, you were saying?
We have experienced times in which people are not desiring to contract with the city, and we don't get the minimum 3 bids. So this was our way of addressing how to appropriately document when you don't get 3 bids, rather than spending time begging people to bid so that we can meet that qualification. What we've actually been doing is just memorializing it in a memo. This is what we've been doing. It just makes it clear that we have that authority so that we can act timely, so that we are transparent, and so that we do business.
Thank you so much. Anybody in the audience? Questions from the board? Marshall?
Holly, it seems to me there'd be quite a bit of a difference if, 2 bids versus 3 bids as opposed to 1 bid versus 2. It's kind of concerning when we just get 1 bid. So.
And to be clear, when we do this, we've advertised, we have called around, and we have an accountability in each of these. There's a 2-step. Your fiscal officer is always looking at it. In most cases, your director definitely has looked at it, but also in the higher amounts, those go to your city administrator. What we're seeing is when we're outside of a sole source, that there is in essence a sole source, but it doesn't meet that requirement. You are probably seeing in the last 6 to 8 months an increase of people talking about getting them from cooperative bids. That's really what we're seeing nationwide as a trend, because it takes so much work to respond to a bid and to document that smaller businesses struggle to be able to do it.
And it makes for quite an inorganic process when we're sort of recruiting people to, so it's like whoever bids.
And you're fake receiving that. Now, I have been in multiple directors' meetings, and I will tell you, your directors are working hard and diligent to get these bids and still not able to get a third. So we're doing the appropriate documentation. What we're saying is, everybody now knows how we're dealing with this. If somebody says, well, there was only 1 bid, right, look at the code. It's clear why and how we do this. And they must document it every time.
Thank you for doing that.
Was Kathy. This was Hillary and Kathy and Alex wanting something done, and so we did it.
Wow. Thanks, Hillary.
Hillary
Alex,
wrote
and Kathy.
most of it.
Oh, Hillary. Huh? Oh,
Just stop it.
I'm just the mouthpiece.
we've done this, we've done that. Any questions from the board? Have I asked the audience? Nope.
You need to. You need to ask the audience.
Is there anybody in the audience to comment or have questions on this topic? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
You have one more, Holly. Don't leave. So, Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6378, an ordinance amending Chapter 86 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to the use of electronic wireless communication device.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6378. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Holly?
As an action of the legislature, last session, they made a determination that they would preempt all local authorities in regards to electronic communication, so that it doesn't matter what jurisdiction you're in, you're not going by what the ordinance is in regards to you operating a vehicle and having an electronic communicating device. It is now by state law. It goes into, it's already gone into effect. It cannot be written as a ticket until January of 2025. It is a secondary reason. So if you're driving along and the car in front of you is going slow, that car cannot be pulled over merely for having the electronic device. You have to have another reason to pull them over. So it's secondary. We had a very clear ability for our officers to deal with people who are distracted by electronic devices. We know that's a high number of cases are accidents caused by distracted drivers. And so this council, or this board, addressed that by passing their own codification. The statute took that opportunity away. It made a clear preemption, and so we are just being respectful of the legislature and taking that off of the books because we cannot effectuate any of the enforcement.
Great explanation. Anyone in the audience? Members of the board? Marshall?
So a couple years ago, we made seatbelt violation a primary ordinance instead of a secondary ordinance, which I'd actually like to revisit that at some point, by the way. But, so are you saying it works on both sides? So could we, if we wanted to, make that a primary? No, that's what you're saying.
You can't touch any aspect of the legislation, and the legislation is holistic. And to quote one of my coworkers, it's the clearest preemption and prevention of your board doing anything in regards to electronic devices and driving a vehicle. Doesn't mean that if there's an accident and it's tragic, that you can't use that as an elevated aspect, but you have to articulate it in the aspect of how that element distracted the driver, not just the automatic tick of. So we kind of lost the ability to do that early prevention. If I see you driving and you're reading the book, right, I could pull you over and tell you, you need to not do that, and I can give you a warning, and they are mandated to still give a warning. You can't pull over for solely that.
You could pull over for solely that to give a warning, but not to.
You cannot pull over. It's secondary. You do not have the right to stop for the fact that I know statistically you are highly likely to cause an accident.
And Marshall, that'll be interesting if you want to bring up that seatbelt issue again. So any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Thank you very much, Holly.
Your Honor, the next item is the correction of appointment term for 76 Entertainment SID Board. In April 2022, Billy Ong was appointed to fill the unexpired term of Jamie Whitus. The term expiration should have been March 2024, but was inadvertently approved to expire March 2026. This term needs to be corrected for the record and to keep the term staggered as originally set forth in the SID petition.
So do I have a motion correcting Billy Ong's on the 76 Entertainment CID to expire March 2024 instead of March 2026? You have a motion, a second?
Yes, I do.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Let the record reflect Billy Ong's term has been corrected to expire March 2024. Your Honor, the next item is appointments. The appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointment procedure for category 4, which are appointments made by the mayor but not approved by the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, please announce your appointments.
Appointments to the Branson Housing Authority Board. Sherry Grisham. Appointment to the Branson Housing Authority Board to fill the unexpired term of Brian Klontz until October 2025. Kelly Trimble is a reappointment to the Branson Housing Authority Board with a term expiring October 2027. Thank you both for your willingness to serve. We're to the report section already. Alderman Fenton.
Mayor, I'll be brief. The last several months, I've had an opportunity to serve on a steering committee for the Branson Centennial Museum in historic downtown Branson. Several members of the community have gotten together to look at some ways, some strategies to keep that going. Some of you know Jim Babcock and his wife have been running that, volunteering their time. This past week, we had a meeting, and this was by design, but the meeting was to continue those discussions and then also for Mr. Babcock to be presented a special award. And so at that meeting, Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe actually came down from Jeff City and presented Jim with the, I want to make sure I get this right, the Senior Service Award. There was, this is a lieutenant governor hands out this award every year. Across the state, nominations are accepted, and they select 12 people. So Jim was one of those 12 selected this year for his service to the museum, to our community. He serves on the downtown CID board, and just an all-around great person. So wanted to give him a shout out for what he does and for his service to our community. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty neat to be a part of that opportunity. So that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Ruth?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have two items. The first one deals with the fluoride. My understanding is that this item will be considered by the board as to whether we want to continue or not continue adding fluoride to the city of Branson's water. The public's been asked to comment on our webpage, which I think is great. I mean, they've been able to hear the communication from the health professionals. However, I feel it would be a good opportunity. I've spoken with City Administrator Stepp and Kendall Powell, so to give our citizens the opportunity to actually go to the water plant and to see what the process is, how our employees have to dress, any effect it may be having on the city's equipment. And so I'm hoping to do that sometime in October. I visited with Kevin and Kendall, and we'll just confirm that. I wanted the board to be aware of that. Also, because we've had so many comments, I feel it's time to make a move regarding, well, the media with the states, the counties, even some cities that have been proactive and not only what Sarah Huckabee's doing in Arkansas and DeSantis is doing in Florida, but my home state, California, city of Huntington Beach, California, has taken a great step moving forward in adopting a resolution in which they are stating that they will not mandate, publicly will not mandate any masks or any vaccines. And I know that, private organizations, they have the right to choose, too, of how they want to operate their business. Only they know how to operate their business well. So my suggestion, and just food for thought, is in order to give a level of comfort to our citizens, that we take a step and move forward with a resolution stating that we are not going to have any mandates, because we did have them before, and it was a horrible thing for our community. So to let the citizens know that we continue to believe in freedom of choice and that we will not be mandating anything in the city of Branson. Thank you.
Ruth, I have in the news also, and thought it was Santa Clara, but it was odd to me that it was a city in California. Personally, I would support that. I don't, if we could get a couple other aldermen. And so Kathy, maybe let's make that agenda item, please. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't really have anything other than I was just going to say I would support that resolution too. I mean, again, we've said it many times, you can make your own choice, but for us to make a choice for you, I'm totally against that, so I support that.
Thank you, Clay. Marshall?
Just want to publicly thank you, Mr. Mayor. You gave me your Ambassador's Award at the Terry Awards, and it meant the world to me, and it's also meant the world to me to be able to stand beside you and advocate for the live music shows and theaters in our community. They are, like you said, the lifeblood of this community, but also embody the values of faith, family, and flag so well. So thank you again for that, Mr. Mayor. It was a special moment.
Thank you, Marshall. Chuck? Ralph?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I just want to kind of acknowledge, I think today was kind of a demonstration as far as like our initiative toward, affordable housing. I mean, I think, we had two different organizations tonight present and ask for our approval, and, with the resounding, yes, we approved. And that's the thing, it's, that's what we're for. That's the decision that we, collectively made, was that, this is an issue in our community and we want to meet it head on. Sometimes it's an ugly conversation, but yet it's a conversation that we have to ask. But, I just want to assure the public that, those actions that we take when it comes to nightly rental, hotel rently or weekly rentals is purely a public safety issue for us, and that's first and foremost is the safety of our public. But, when developers come in and they come in with the initiative and that entrepreneurship and willing to do the work, that speaks volumes to us, and it's easy to make those approvals and back those people when they're willing to do that kind of work. And it's yeoman's work, and it's tedious and time-consuming, but they're committed to doing it. And, I think we did our best tonight to show the community that we're behind getting ahead of this problem as much as we can. We just need more people that are willing to invest that time and money into our community. And, I think the door's open, and I think we kind of showed that tonight. So.
Thank you, Ralph. It's also good to hear from them that the support they had from our staff, Michael, and the team that got with them and helped them process this. So it was great to hear compliments from somebody outside the area working with our city. Kathy?
The only thing I have, Mayor, is just a reminder to you, which I don't think you're going to forget this in your reports, but for the aldermen, we have photos from the Wall of Honor event with Mr. Tony Orlando, recipient of the Key to the City of Branson, as you all recall. And I must say that each of you looks like a supermodel in this photo. And I also appreciate how they gave Chief Schmidt a box to stand on so that we could actually see him over the rest of the participants at the ceremony. I thought that was so thoughtful that they did. That was so nice that they did that for you. So anyway, I'll pass these down, and I just wanted to remind you to comment on that event. Thank you.
That's funny. Boy, look at that beautiful lady. There's two beautiful ladies in there. Eric is standing on a stool. I'll comment on that. Last Friday, a few of us, Chief Martin, Chief Smith, went to Omaha, Nebraska for the unveiling of the Wall of Honor. That wall is very impressive. I had the opportunity to address the group there. It was interesting to me when I asked, there was, I don't know, give or take 300 people or so there. When I asked those in attendance how many have been to Branson, over half of them raised their hand. I was very impressed with that. I also had the opportunity, or I took the opportunity, to read our proclamation proclaiming Branson as the most patriotic city in America, and I gave them the reasons why. I had the privilege to present Tony Orlando with the first ever Patriot Thunder Award. Tony gave a great talk. Obviously, Tony's in love with Branson. But I connected the dots of that wall, and its first trip will be to Branson. It'll be here for the entire week, Veterans Week, and I want to thank this board for supporting that cause. The only other comment I want to make is, and I've said this a few times, when I leave City Hall, I leave with a smile on my face and I'm clicking my heels. I am just constantly amazed at the camaraderie we have at City Hall with everybody working together. We are running on all cylinders. The things we're getting done, and I'm talking, we're getting a lot of big things done, and what a joy it is. And Kathy, I wanted to compliment you for how you address our directors and how our directors are addressing our employees. And boy, I'm very, very proud to be the mayor of Branson, Missouri. So with that, the next item is we get to move into an executive session. So the floor is open for a motion.
Mayor, I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.1 RSMO for litigation and 610.021.12 RSMO for negotiated contract.
Do I have a second? Second. Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Benton?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper? Howden? Rodriguez? LeBlanc? The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
The board will now move into closed executive session and will return to council chambers once executive session is over to adjourn the Board of Aldermen regular meeting.
No, it's still going on.
So moved.
Second.
Push that button.
Do I have a motion to adjourn the Board of Aldermen's meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, so I'm sensing you're wanting to vote. All of those in favor,
Aye.
say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
I was an aye on the, in favor of. I didn't push the button.
I'd like to make a